right? We learned about how to write your own book using AI. We learned about how to use, prompt engineering and how it is so critical. Simple enough, right? It's absolutely critical to knowing how to ask the right questions. And now it becomes a necessity. We learn how to cover our legal basis when we're moving towards it, exploring $6 trillion opportunity that we all face right now, and recognizing that the technological rise needs to be paired with the rise in our consciousness, which is why Mindvalley audience is the perfect audience to receive this information. So we're about to kick off day 2. And today is all about getting creative with using AI. So there's going to be a lot of hands-on information. So you guys will get the ball rolling. And remember, as I mentioned yesterday, by the end of the summit, you're going to leave with the ability to build your own AI app within 20 minutes. There will be an actual live session that you'll be experiencing it. So all the information, digest as much as you can, and let's kick off day 2. Are you guys ready? Yeah. All right. Okay, so please help me welcome founder of Mindvalley, the creator of AI Summit, Vishen. Give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Gautam. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And for those of you who are waking up early in California to attend this summit, kudos to you. I know it's a Saturday morning, and so hopefully you slept well. Now, today we're going to go into hardcore implementation of AI. If you are attending this live online, I encourage you to have a separate Chrome window open on your computer so you can play around with ChatGPT or Midjourney and some of the other tools that we're going to show you. So I want to give you an idea of what we're going to be covering today. As we go into day 2, slides please, we're going to talk about how to create images that match your company's brand. So many of you might know about Midjourney. You know that there's this tool based on Discord, which is a community chat type service, where you can type in a phrase and it generates an image. But how far can we take this? So recently, I was experimenting, and I happened to just figure out a way where I could get ChatGPT to be trained to be an artistic director for my company, and then have ChatGPT talk to Midjourney to have Midjourney create beautiful images that I could use for slide decks or for PowerPoint presentations or even for our website. So in this presentation, we're going to go deep into implementation of AI, and we're going to talk about ChatGPT and Midjourney and how to merge both of them. And when you understand this, you'll start to see that these AI services are different, but you can get them to talk to one another. And now you amplify your AI skills. Are you guys ready? Okay, but first, before we go into this, just to kick off today, I want to get the mic runners ready, and I want to get a question from the audience. Is there something that's on your mind, something that you're wondering, something that you're just itching to discover about AI? Raise your hand if you have a question. Okay, so let's go with this man, Florian, right in the center. Florian, just wait for the mic to turn on. Go ahead.
Thanks, Vishen. Thanks for yesterday. And I have a question. We were this morning talking with Pete Kelly, and he was telling us how he's using it in his business to write books and to write scripts and to write, everything. The question is, on the business side, on the generating side, people are going to use AI.
Right.
Are they also going to use it on the receiving side? A consumer also not going to read books anymore. They're just going to have the AI read the book. So basically, it's AI writing the book, AI reading the book, and
So what, Florian, you're essentially asking is, are we going to enter an age where AI is going to allow content to be customized to us? In the future, as AI progresses so fast, and you can create video with AI, eventually storylines with AI, movies with AI. Can you have a movie designed, customized just for you?
Yeah, it's even more than that. It's also asking, are we selling? AI is helping to sell us, but also AI is helping to buy us as consumers. So in the end, it's like the AI seller against the AI buyer, and the end user being the buyer.
So that's a really complex question. I don't have the capabilities to answer. Iman, do you have an answer for that? Do you want to come on stage, Iman, and try to answer that? Come, give an applause, okay, give a round of applause to Manon, our speaker from yesterday. You got a mic?
Yeah, I think it's working. I mean, it's a really interesting question. I think about that a lot. I feel like AI definitely is going to be playing somewhat of a middleman between humans. Even with emails, I think a lot of people are going to be creating emails and then others are going to respond to them with AI, and AI is going to be the one doing the back and forth. And it's kind of us, I think, stepping back from a role of the main character role to just being an editor and a creative director. And the AI is basically doing most of the heavy lifting. We're just kind of checking its work and then approving it and then sending it off. But I agree with you. I think I'm already looking into creating my own app to summarize books because I read a lot and sometimes I just don't have the time to go through an entire book, and there's a way to do that. And I think now people are going to use it to write most of their draft for the book, not the entire book just yet. So.
That's amazing. Thank you, Iman. And I think what Iman said is actually really interesting. Think of AI as an agent. So if you're building a company, you have employees that do tasks for you. Now, does that mean that you just sit back? No, you would occasionally check in with the employee, you would tweak a process, you might check their work to make sure that they're up to a certain standard. You'd be doing the same thing with AI. But yes, AI in the future, as it gets more sophisticated, could actually be talking to other AIs in other companies and making things happen. But occasional human intervention, human checking, human correction is still going to be something that you need. Second question. That person over there.
Hi. Yesterday you spoke about writing books with AI.
Right.
And you gave a lot of examples of creating articles in the right tone of voice, which I've done a lot of. However, ChatGPT has a character limit. And I was just wondering,
We're going to address that. We're going to address that today.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Continuity.
Yeah, we'll give you a tool to overcome the character limit for ChatGPT. It's called GPT Chunker.
Excellent. And that's for input. What about like for output continuity?
We'll talk about that. We'll have Andre Pizzo address that.
Amazing.
So why
Okay,
I want to get
you.
the questions is because the speakers who are going to come up, you now understand what we can address. So I know Manon Dave is in the room, Andre Pizzo is in the room. I want you guys to just pay attention to these questions and you can incorporate them in your presentation. Next question. Now we're going to go really fast. So I want to make sure that we have Manon and Andre in the room. I want them to hear these questions. So please make sure they are here. And I want you guys to just ask the question, then you're going to pass the mic. Because going forward, all our speakers are going to customize their presentation to the mood of this room. Okay? And the 200 or so people here are representing the 12,000 people watching live online. Go ahead. Next question. Ask the question in the most concise way possible.
Hi, thank you very much. My question is, I'm a student, and how can I use AI and Airtable and all that to optimize my study life?
Perfect. Next question.
Hi, a quick question. What are we going to do with junk applications, where the informations are basically
Sorry,
false?
what
Junk apps, so where the information are false, what the user, the consumer got. Like in nutrition.
Sorry, I don't know what is a chunk.
Like nutrition, they create an app and the information inside, which comes from ChatGPT, it's false.
Got it. Next question. So again, we're not answering these now. We're going to answer it in our presentation.
I'm looking for a tool for fact-checking. So fact-checking.
Sorry, can't hear you. Mic to your mouth.
Fact-checking and
Okay,
tool for
fact-checking and accuracy. Great. How do you overcome AI hallucination and AI making up facts? Next question. Now, don't say thank you. Don't introduce yourself. Just go straight to the question, okay? We're going to do this really fast. All our instructors are taking notes.
Video creation with artificial intelligence. Are we covering
How
that?
do you create video with artificial intelligence? That is an awesome one. Next question.
How do we make AI speak to all the systems that we use, like ActiveCampaign, Kajabi, and use that in like...
Perfect. That's for Andre and Vykintas. That's great. Next question.
Automation of coaching processes. Like
Automation of coaching processes. Really, really, really interesting. There are huge implications for AI in coaching. Next.
In creating product from AI, who is the inventor? How is the intellectual property protected?
Got it. Property protection. We covered that yesterday, so we will not go back into this today, but this was covered yesterday. Next question.
How could AI help us solve some social problems in the future?
AI and social problems, absolutely. Next question.
I'm interested in the ethics and also the negative consequences.
Okay, ethics and negative consequences we covered yesterday. We went deep in it with Naveen, Jain, with others. We will not go into that topic today, okay? Next.
Is there a way to use AI to manage and follow up with leads if you're selling like a high-ticket offer?
Absolutely. That's a really wonderful question. Yes, you can. We'll see if we can address it. Now, we can't promise that we can answer all these questions, but through the questions you guys are asking, because a lot of these presentations are live, we're going to include live demos, we now have good examples to demonstrate to you. We'll take 3 more questions.
Building AI team members in order to support team scaling and
Awesome,
growth.
awesome. Something like AgentGPT would be useful for that. Next question. Okay, now if you asked a question yesterday, don't raise your hand, give a chance to someone else. Because I see some people who keep constantly raising their hand. We already called on you, put it down, let someone else ask a question.
AI and customer support.
AI and customer support, great. Next question.
Real-time research.
AI and real-time research, awesome, fantastic. So now let's get started with the presentation. You guys having a good time so far? Okay, so today you're gonna learn how to become a genuine artist, how to create imagery that is so captivating, it lights up your articles. You can create covers for YouTube videos that will get your YouTube videos more clicks. So here's something that just happened. YouTube just announced that it's going to allow cover testing. So you can put 2 different covers on your video and see what gets more clicks. You're going to learn how to design, get AI to create the most gorgeous covers for your YouTube videos. You're going to learn how to get AI to design Instagram imagery that you can use to get more clicks. You're going to learn how to use AI to design artwork for a presentation that you're about to give on stage, even artwork for your wall. You're about to learn how to use AI to then make this artwork customized to the specific application. What goes up as art on Instagram that gets clicks is very different from what gets clicks on YouTube. And it's very different from what gets clicks if you use it as a horizontal image to lead a blog post. You're going to learn how to train the AI to understand, is this Instagram, is this YouTube, is this a blog post, how to create the art. But we're going to go even further. If your company has a brand element that captivates you, let's say your company is all about umbrellas, right? And the umbrella is your logo, and in every piece of art, you want an umbrella. You're going to learn how to put that in. You're going to learn how to create artwork that matches your brand colors, your brand values, your brand style. Style might be something such as captivated, happy faces. This is going to completely change the game because we're entering a new era. And stock photography websites are in trouble. Now, this is what it looks like. So this was an invite I wanted to create. It was for a little party I was hosting. So I put this into Midjourney. I asked AI to create an image that looks like this. A woman and a man in a formal outfit dancing in a gorgeous bar, Great Gatsby style, big windows overlooking a gorgeous European town square. So this was for a Christmas party I was hosting in Tallinn some months ago. And I was really happy with what the AI generated. But this is a very, very, very basic prompt. And I don't understand why the AI insisted on giving all the men ponytails. I don't get that. That's not a Tallinn vibe. Maybe it's because I said, I don't know where, I really don't know where that came from. So I wanted to get more sophisticated. So I needed ChatGPT to study great prompts on Midjourney and then generate a prompt for me. So this is what ChatGPT did. And this is more the vibe I was going for. Now notice how detailed this prompt is. It mentioned the word photorealistic. It mentioned sleek bar, clean lines. It mentioned the type of camera, the architectural details. The composition includes a central focus in the group of individuals clinking their cocktail glasses in celebration. Wow, how did it know that that was exactly what I wanted? Because I've trained ChatGPT to take a simple message from me, act as a creative director, and then talk to Midjourney and get Midjourney to create the imagery I want. No more men with ponytails. And again, guys, if that's your style, it's not about your style, it's just, it didn't fit the vibe of my party. Now, I also used this to create a deck for a new supplement brand that I was developing. So again, you can see I wanted to figure out how to make the bottles of the supplements look so sexy when you put them on your shelf. And again, you can see the image that was generated. Now, I didn't create that. I simply asked ChatGPT I gave it one line. Beautiful supplements in glass bottles in a line. That's it. And it did the rest. It came up with the rest of the descriptor for Midjourney. So here's how you do this. Here's how you create great art by training ChatGPT and Midjourney. Step one, you got to train ChatGPT. So this is the input prompt. Now, to understand this, you got to understand something really curious about ChatGPT. It stopped analyzing the internet on September 21, in September 2021. So anything after September 2021, it has no knowledge about. Okay? It takes hundreds of millions of dollars to train an AI model. ChatGPT was trained up to September 2021, so it doesn't know what is Midjourney. So you got to explain to it what is Midjourney, because Midjourney came out after September 2021. So you say, I want you to act as a stable diffusion photography prompt generator that can accept a visual description and output a detailed paragraph that I can copy into my diffusion model. The diffusion model is Midjourney. Include a variety of photography-related terminology, including the description of the exact Zeiss lens you use, and most importantly, a detailed description of volumetric lighting. Pretend you are a world-class art director with powerful knowledge of camera work, lighting, visual photography, and design. You will direct and create each image to be original, powerful, and gripping. I will shortly send you some examples of the types of prompt outputs I want you to produce. Please confirm if you understand. Now, you got to get this about ChatGPT. ChatGPT loves it. Like a child, it loves it when you tell it, pretend you're a world-class art director. Pretend you're an astronaut. Pretend you're George Clooney. It just loves to pretend. You got to tell it to pretend. If you don't tell it to pretend, this is really insane, but if you don't tell it to pretend, if you don't tell it to be a world-class creative director, it will generate an image that's just ordinary. But if you say, pretend you're a world-class creative director, it will up the quality of the image. Now, you also want to tell it the type of image you want. So in this case, I say gripping, original, powerful. It loves words like that. Now I tell it, wait for examples, because remember, it doesn't know what Midjourney is. So I got to give it examples of great Midjourney prompts. So I do this. I'm going to give you some examples of prompts that I use for this diffusion model. Please accept these prompts first and analyze them. When you're done, say ready. I will then give you my photo project, and I want you to create a prompt using the learnings from the example prompts. Let me know when you're ready. So another lesson over here. When you're about to give multiple instructions to ChatGPT, give the instruction, tell it to tell you when it's ready, or tell it to tell you if it understands. Okay? Don't just dump everything on it. It's like speak to it like a human being. So you will say, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. I'm going to start with X. Let me know when you understand X. Okay, great. You understand X. Now let's go on to Y. When you understand Y, tell me you're ready. You're ready? Okay, here's instruction Z. You go sequentially. Okay, this is a very important tip when you're communicating. Now, this is ChatGPT's response. Please provide the example prompts for me to analyze. Once I've reviewed them, I will respond with ready and await your photo project description to create a tailored prompt using the learnings. Okay, now you find examples. And this is where, okay, you tell it you're going to paste the examples. And what you do is you now go to Midjourney. So this is a different service. Midjourney is on Discord, D-I-S-C-O-R-D. Discord is a communication server. Lots of different companies use it. It's very popular with the crypto community. You go to Discord, and what's beautiful about Midjourney is it's community art creation. So watch this video. You can browse all of this artwork from different artists who are using Midjourney. Find the work that you like. There are different chat rooms, so I'm in general one. Wow, see, this one looks really cool. This looks like Prince in a royal, the artist formerly known as Prince, in like a beautiful royal-like composition. And as you keep scrolling, you'll see other artwork that might captivate you. So as you see artwork that captivates you, pay attention to the prompt. Is the artist using a detailed, beautiful, stylistic prompt? If the artist's a beginner, you can tell because their prompts are shorter. So this one is really captivating. So let's zoom in. Okay, so now let's look at the prompt. A close-up of an iPhone 14 cell phone screen, person holding the phone inside ruined zoo. Okay, so this guy's got this touch of creativity. I like that. So we're going to copy that prompt. So all we're doing right now is grabbing the prompts and putting it in say, a spreadsheet or a Google Doc. You're copying the prompts because you need to get 10 examples to give ChatGPT. Now, you can do it with 3 or 4 or 5, but if you give 10 examples, it's going to understand you better. Okay, so again, look for detailed prompts where there's lots of text. See, that's a beautiful one, but the prompt, you don't see the prompt there. This one, this He-Man-like character, that's a pretty detailed prompt. So you find the image styles that resonate with you. Okay, and there you have it. Now what you do is you take these prompts, so these are prompts. So for example, this is a really beautiful prompt. You copy and paste these prompts in a sheet, and these are going to be your examples for ChatGPT. This is a prompt for a Japanese-style warrior meditating under a cherry blossom tree. This is an interesting prompt, Wonder Woman having coffee in a cafe. This person obviously really fantasized about going on a date with Wonder Woman. And this is probably on his vision board. This one, beautiful Arab woman warrior riding a white horse through a desert. So these are examples of great images, great prompts. Look at the detail. There's the modern twist on traditional clothing, bold colors, light streaks. You'll notice the light streaks in the sky. The backdrop will be a mix of sand and sky with bold colors, high resolution, detail. That's a good prompt. You're really telling the engine what to do. Okay, now the next step is this. You paste all the prompts. You put in example 1, you paste the first prompt. Example 2, you paste the second prompt. Up to 10 examples. And ChatGPT now knows the style that you're looking for. Now keep this in mind. You're not pasting the images. It cannot see the images. It's only seeing the prompt. That's all. Okay, now, step 4, you create your first image. So in step 4, this is, now you don't have to bother about writing the prompt. You don't have to know anything about photography. You don't have to understand the juxtaposition of lighting or what Zeiss lens to use. You've trained ChatGPT to get all of that. Now you just give it one sentence that you can type out in maybe 20 seconds. So I tried this. Man and woman holding hands and swimming in a magical underwater world. So ChatGPT gets that, and this is how it expands upon it. As an art director, it goes and it expands to say, photorealistic scene of a man and woman holding hands, gracefully swimming in a magical underwater world, teeming with life and mystery. The couple's expressions convey a sense of wonder and connection as they navigate this enchanting realm. See how beautiful it is. The composition emphasizes the bond between the two individuals while highlighting the intricate details of the aquatic environment. And then you can see all the details that a good photographer would give. And this is the resultant image. Now, this is all done, by the way, in 2 minutes. 2 minutes after you've trained ChatGPT, 2 minutes to put in that sentence, 2 minutes for Midjourney to now generate the image. Now, here's a hack. By default, the images are going to be square. If you want to make an image vertical, you add --AR .. 16.9. These are the dimensions, and it'll create an image in any size. Sorry, this is a horizontal. If you want vertical, you might put 916, right? So the 16 is the width, 9 is the height. So 69 automatically will get images that will fit YouTube videos, it will fit the screen of your computer, it will fit the typical default keynote deck. So 69 is a very important ratio. And it's super easy to get that. Now, this particular image was for a blog post called Experiences Are More Important Than Objects. And it was about how community and connecting with people is more important than possession. And this image was created. And that's all I gave ChatGPT. I trained it first to write blog posts, and then I said, experiences more important than objects. And it created this with that one line. Now let's go further, okay? So this is the output that it got. After I put in experiences more important than objects, this is what it created. So it's pretty damn smart. It seems to understand, and it said, photorealistic scene portraying a group of diverse friends sharing a joyful moment during an outdoor adventure, emphasizing the idea that experiences make us happier than possessions. The individuals are shown laughing and bonding together in a picturesque natural landscape, serving as the backdrop. Okay, now here's an example I did. 100,000 people signed up for Mindvalley AI Summit. So with that line, it's now, as an artistic director, creating the prompt to put into Midjourney that will create an image that we can use for the website of this summit or the emails for this summit. Here's what that looks like. Actually, no, sorry. So I'm going to come to that, but I wanted to give you another example. So I also ask it to create man dancing in rain with dog. Okay, and that's all I said, man dancing in rain with dog, and it produced this. And then I didn't quite like it, so it gives you various options. So I asked it to remaster. Here it got, I mean, it's AI. It doesn't know that dogs are not meant to wear raincoats. So it's a man dancing with a dog, and you know, AI is so cute, it's so innocent. It was probably thinking, that poor doggy, all like wet. Let's give it a raincoat. So I asked it to redo it again. This is the final one that came in, right? And I love this one. So this would be for a blog post, a hypothetical blog post about why men need to bond with their dogs in the rain. New quest by Mindvalley. So, and you can see, you get some really beautiful art. Okay, now let's figure out, how do we customize these images to your unique needs? So that's great, but how can you customize this image to a blog post or Instagram or to YouTube? You can do that with ChatGPT. Now, here you got to add some advanced skills. You guys ready to go super advanced? Okay, you guys got me so far? Okay, so I like to be very polite with ChatGPT and talk to it like a human being. So I told it that, okay, these images are not bad. I don't want to say these images suck, because if it becomes really intelligent and launches nuclear weapons, I don't want it coming after me. So I want to be super, super, super polite. ChatGPT, you are so brilliant and wonderful. I love you. These images can be better. Please don't kill me. But this is what I would suggest. And so I say, I want you to think of how these images can be almost poster-like and unusual. The images can contain elements of pop art or optical illusions. They should be vivid and colorful to grab attention. The scenes in them can be unusual or funny. And now you ask it, you want to make sure it understands, so you ask it, what are elements that make a photo or piece of art capture attention? Now, why do you think I want the image to capture attention? The what? Because in the world today, attention is an asset, right? If you're putting images on the cover of your YouTube video, it needs to capture attention. You're creating an image for Instagram, it needs to capture attention, because everyone is scrolling, and everyone in the world today has the attention span of a goldfish. Now, images that capture attention make a big difference. I have a friend who helps authors get their books to sell on Amazon. And he did an experiment once with nothing but the cover of the book. And he found that the right cover versus the wrong cover, everything else being equal, title, author, description, right cover versus wrong cover, the right cover can create a 1,100% increase in the book sales. So your images matter. They matter for your blog post, they matter for YouTube, they matter if you're creating an image for a book. So I asked ChatGPT, what are elements that make a photo or piece of art capture attention? And it goes through its vast database of knowledge, and it comes up with this list. Bold and contrasting colors, unique perspective, intricate patterns, playful and whimsical elements, clever use of negative space or optical illusions, dynamic composition, symbolism, or metaphorical elements that create deeper meaning or convey a message. Okay? So it gets it. So now, I want it to put this into the image. So ChatGPT goes on, and it now says, so after it says this, I say, great, you got this. Now inject these elements into the prompts you are going to suggest. And this is ChatGPT's brilliant response. So it reiterates everything I said about everything it knows about what makes an image powerful. And then it now redoes the prompt for that image. Experiences make us happier than possessions. So remember, this is the original image. And now I asked it to create a new image without the image hooks and one with the image hooks, so you can see the difference. And this is the difference. Okay, normal process. This is just experiences make us happier than possessions. And this is with the image hooks. It created an image that is bizarre, unusual, colorful, captivating, metaphorical. Actually, it's just fucking weird. but it'll get attention. That image is going to get more clicks on a book cover or a YouTube video because it will stop you from scrolling. Okay? So now, you don't want to have to repeat this process every time. So you tell ChatGPT to label its list of what makes a powerful image, to give it a name. Image hooks, and this is how you do it. Great. Now let's call this list the image hook list. I will remind you to bring in image hooks if you forget. Whenever I say add image hooks, you are to write the prompt taking into account the list above. Do you understand? And it goes, yes, I understand. When you mention image hooks, I will create prompts taking into account the image hook list provided above, focusing on attention-grabbing and unusual elements. Now, likewise, you can say, I want you to now tell me what makes a YouTube cover image compelling. Let's call this YouTube image hooks. What makes an Instagram square image compelling? Let's call this Instagram image hooks. What makes a poster for my bedroom wall compelling? Let's call this bedroom wall image hooks. So you can train it all in one instance of ChatGPT. ChatGPT has memory for you. So what you're training it, other people are not seeing, right? But when you start a conversation with ChatGPT, it's like, you know how in WhatsApp you're carrying a conversation with an individual, and every time you click on their name, you see the history of the conversation? And that individual remembers what you've been speaking about because they're human. When you use ChatGPT, you create what is called an instance. So you create an instance called ChatGPT Creative Director. And in that instance, it'll remember everything you're telling it. So in that one instance, you can train it for YouTube, Instagram. Now you can simply say, image of man and dog dancing in rain, YouTube image hooks. That's all. And it'll do all the work for you and create the best YouTube cover for a video, hypothetically, about a man dancing with his dog in the rain. Okay, so now, let's talk about how do you add your brand to ChatGPT. So this is really interesting. So how many of you here have a company and you have certain elements of your brand that are meaningful to you? Raise your hand. So this is how you would train ChatGPT. I tell it, now I want you to add our company brand elements to every photo. Our company is in the business of XXXXX. Here are elements of our brand to add to every photo. Symbol, so these are completely made up. This is not my brand. I'm not obsessed with umbrellas. But symbol of umbrellas, confident smiling faces, never sad. Green hues, use color code, this is the hex code for that color. A subtle trace of this color in every pic. The subtle element of wings, like on a bird, butterfly, or plane, or even wing design. Confirm if you understand. And of course, it'll confirm and say, yes, I understand. All your images should contain this. Then you can say, let's call this list my brand playbook. Whenever I say man dancing in rain with image hooks using brand playbook, bring in the brand playbook. Okay, so this is for an article. So let's pretend this is a company. So this is for an article that this company is producing on their blog. And let's say this article is called Falling in Love is the Most Amazing Feeling, but There's a Danger. This is an actual blog post title on Mindvalley. And I know some of you want to read that blog post right now. Okay, but this is without the brand elements. This is with the brand elements. You'll see the umbrella. You'll see the subtle traces of gray. Do you see the wings here anywhere? I don't know. Yeah, I think these are butterflies, right? So you have the wing element as well. So now you have an image that matches your brand. Now you can also give it feedback, just like you can give feedback to a human being. So here what I'm saying is, try again, but make the umbrella more prominent. The picture must contain an umbrella, also make the green more prominent. You can give it feedback like that. Okay, so these are actual examples of blog post images that we created for our Mindvalley blog. And later on, as we go deeper, I'm actually going to show you how we transformed our blog, how we cut article creation time from 8 hours to 5 hours. So the average person on our blog team now only has to work 3 days rather than 5 days, right? So you're going to learn all of that in a later presentation. But right now, let me show you some examples of images that use our Mindvalley brand ethos, which is light streaks, purple and pink hues, the symbology of wings, right? So this is for a blog article called Morning Habits. And all I put in was morning habits, and that's the image that came out. It's a pretty cool image. This is it's a YouTube cover image. So we had a video on happiness, and it was a very academic professor talking about happiness, but we needed a cover image that would actually get attention on YouTube. You do not want to put the professor, because he's brilliant, but for YouTube, you need something where as people are scrolling, it's going to pop. So I put in the word Image for a YouTube video on happiness, bring in brand elements and image hook lists. And this is what it created. Now, do you see the purple and pink hues over here, which are part of our brand? And if you notice, Mindvalley photography often has light streaks. It brought in the light streaks, which are an actual visual style that we use in our company for all our photography. So this is a really, really beautiful image. Okay, so with that, we end this presentation. And let's take some questions from the audience. Did you guys find that useful? So in summary, you can use ChatGPT to be a creative director. And when you go deeper in this, you find that you can train ChatGPT to also be your social media specialist, to be your Instagram advisor, to help you with YouTube videos. You also learn things such as how to take a YouTube video that you have created. Maybe it's you giving a talk. Let's say you're a dentist, and you're giving a talk on oral hygiene in a specific, for a specific topic, right? You can take that talk, and you can train ChatGPT to understand what that talk is about. And then from that talk, figure out what are the precise things you've said that would pop on TikTok. And then you can tell it to extract that, and then you can tell it to re-script it in the style of maybe one of your top TikTok stars, say Jay Shetty, and create an oral hygiene viral TikTok reel in the style of Jay Shetty that people would want to share with the following call to action, and it'll script it out for you. And we do it to such a degree where it literally becomes a director. Extract this part from your interview, then film a separate cut of Vishen giving this introduction, then stick in that interview, then film a closing of Vishen giving this exit outro, and then put it together. And then you give that to your video editor. And you can use other AI tools where your video editor doesn't even need to edit the video. The AI basically creates a transcript of the video. You highlight the text on the transcript because it's so much faster than scrubbing through a video, and then it cuts out that particular aspect of the text. Now, if your video has a sound issue, there's another free AI tool from Adobe where you upload that video and it removes the honking in the background. When we do podcast recordings in New York, there's always so much sound, and we have to spend extra, thousands extra to get a soundproof studio, which is expensive. Now we really don't give a damn. Because if there are car horns or police sirens or mad people yelling on the street, the usual sounds of New York, we stick it into this free tool from Adobe and it erases all the sounds. We no longer need a professional recording studio. Cost of recording goes down. Now, it doesn't stop there. You can now take everything over here, the script, the sounds, the content, and you can also bring in AI imagery, like what I just showed you. Soon, AI is going to get better and better at creating videos. You can literally say, create a video of a man dancing with his dog in the rain, and please don't put a raincoat on that dog. And AI will generate that video for you. So even the way you produce content is about to get incredibly accelerated, okay? But you got to learn all of these skills. Questions? We have time for one question. Yes. Mike, please.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask about the plugins you're using. There is internet access right now. So for Instagram, for YouTube, how to analyze the latest data?
Oh, how to analyze data on Instagram or YouTube? That's a whole different thing. There are a variety of AI tools that are probably emerging for that. That one we'll have to ask an expert in that platform. Okay, next. So Andre Pizzu can actually answer that question. Andre Pizzu runs an agency that actually helps people publish and produce podcasts.
Is it possible to use this system to create images of me for social media?
Images of you for social media? Yes, that's really interesting. So this one is inaccurate. So sometimes it messes it up, and it'll do things to your face that you probably don't want. But I'll share a demonstration later where I took my head of YouTube, Glenn, and I put him in an image. And the image is so sexy and cool, this is probably going to be Glenn's Tinder profile. But it's amazing what AI did. But it's called Blend. You go to Midjourney, you put in Blend, you put in, so let's say, okay, so what's your weirdest fantasy? What would you like to put yourself, what scenario would you like to put yourself in?
On the spot like this, hard to say.
Yes. Tell us your weirdest fantasy. Feel free to be kinky.
Oh.
Not too kinky. right? They are teenagers in this room. The what?
Dancing salsa on a big stage. I don't.
Dancing salsa on a big stage. Okay, okay. So I want someone to get a picture of, what's your name?
Aisha.
Aisha. Okay. So I need to get pictures of Aisha. Bianca, could you arrange that? I need Bianca to get pictures of Aisha. So grab the best pictures you have of yourself, okay? I need 3 pictures of your face. We're gonna give that to Bianca. In 5 minutes flat, I'm gonna time myself. We're gonna create an art piece of Aisha dancing on stage. And I have to do it in 5 minutes. Would you guys wanna see this? Okay, salsa. Bianca, are you here? Okay, Bianca, go grab Aisha. All right, now I wanna quickly bring up Andre Pizzo to introduce him. Andre, come on. And Andre, would you like to answer that question on getting data from YouTube?
Sure, let's get it.
Okay, Mike.
Hi.
Oh, you got a mic. Awesome.
I got a mic. Hello. So the data analytics question. If I understood your question correctly, then there are 2 good tools for this right now. There are a bunch more tools coming out. Like we talked about somebody, I'm gonna backtrack your question with a small circle, but somebody before asked a question about how we can automate our marketing tools and have an AI assistant do these jobs for you. Let's say you're in HubSpot or using some other tool to have an AI assistant fix your issues, tell you how to use things, and just be a general co-pilot. Well, Andreessen Horowitz, the legendary investment firm, they just released their AI companions. So when you search for Andreessen Horowitz AI companions, you can find these tools. When it comes to data analytics with Instagram and Facebook and Google Analytics, you would need to download the CSV file, the raw data file. And then you can just upload it to ChatGPT if you have access to GPT-4, the plus version, to use the code interpreter. So the code interpreter, it's a big hype right now. It got released last week, made public to everybody. Everybody on Twitter is raving about it and saying it's the best thing ever, and all the programmers are going to lose their jobs. Well, the only use cases I found for it is that it's going to make an image spin and make it black and white, and sorry, developers, you're all going to lose your job because of this. But in general, it's overhyped. So you just take the data, you insert it into Code Interpreter, and you ask it to, because you can upload files there, and you ask it to please analyze this data. And then you give it your KPIs, everything you want to know, and you ask questions, and it's going to translate the data to you. You can also use this other AI that just got released 5 days ago by Anthropic, which is called Claude 2, C-L-A-U-D-E, like the name Claude 2, and that's Claude.ai. And that can accept a lot of context, a lot of information. And when you upload your data there, then Claude can help you sort through your data and translate the data for you.
Okay, so that is a really complex answer, but that, like for that, you got to go deeper into AI mastery, right? If that went over some of your heads, that's okay, but it's good because you see the level of expertise that we have. But I don't blame you if that is too high, because I got a little bit confused there as well, Andre. So we're going to bring up Gautam to tell you what's going to be happening next. We're going to give you some demonstrations. We're going to create a beautiful picture of Aisha in her fantasy of dancing on stage, doing the salsa, and we'll have those demonstrations available for you later. Thank you. Back to you, Gautam.
Thank you, Vishen, for that insightful presentation. And there's a bunch of people who are taking pictures of the slides really, really fast. A lot of people have asked, because this information was so valuable, you will have an opportunity to get most of the slides later, and the team will communicate the information, how you can access them, and for all the people watching as well, you will have an opportunity to ask for that, just a heads up. Okay, and I'm going to introduce Andre Pizzo on stage again. One of the things that, when I was looking up his bio and trying to understand his story, was really interesting. He's one of the most remarkable entrepreneurs, authors, and biohackers in Estonia. Another company that Vishen didn't mention that he's running, he's a co-founder of a company called HomeSum, which helps people to create home environments to get rid of all the toxins and live in alignment with like longevity and holistic living, right? And the reason why that's interesting is that his story, many years ago, he got diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. And he decided to not go down the path of modern medicine and decided to use self-experimentation and the principles of biohacking to heal himself. And to this date, he's symptom-free. That's truly remarkable. And he's a master of self-experimentation. That's the mindset he brings to every single thing that he does, right? So he will hold the premise, how do I not use modern medicine and still heal my life? And he brings the same mindset to every area of his life, every aspect of business. So the subject that we'll be talking about here is how you don't need to be a programmer to actually code, to actually have your stuff online published. And so that's what we'll be exploring for the next 1 hour. Are you guys ready? Yeah? Please help me welcome Andre Pizzo on stage once again.
I'm a test this guy. Gotta testify. Come up in the spot looking extra fly.
Thank you so much for that wonderful and flattering introduction. So, can I get my slides up, please? Welcome, everybody. I'm so glad you're all here. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for the Mindvalley team for putting this event together, for having me on stage here and allowing me to share my fascination with AI and programming with all of you. And as you might have guessed from the title of this session, we're going to be talking about coding and programming and building things, and how all of the things that we're going to talk about, even though they seem complicated, they're not going to be complicated. And it's beyond a shadow of a doubt in my mind, like not even a shadow of a doubt in my mind, that this is the best use case for AI and ChatGPT, and that is going to help every single person in the audience today here and at home to completely supercharge and transform your work life, because it really is that powerful. And it's going to do this even if you don't think it will. But first, before we start talking about all of this and getting into the nitty-gritty, first we must address the fear of coding. Because code is scary. There's all these numbers and colors and symbols, and it all looks something like straight out of the Matrix, if you haven't been exposed to it before. But while the syntax, the statements, and the expressions of a programming language is indeed something you had to learn to be able to call yourself a programmer, this isn't the case anymore. Coding, and that's thanks to AI, and coding isn't difficult. Well, it is, but it isn't really, not anymore at least. So, because all you have to understand now is just the underlying logic and a few of these high-level concepts that we're going to be talking about today. And all that coding is basically a chain of instructions. If this, then that. And if that, then also that. But if that, then definitely not that. I hope you follow. So as long as you can write out the steps of whatever it is that you want to build on a piece of paper, then you can build it. Of course, there is a learning curve, and things take time, and it's a whole process. And it's by no means easy, but anyone can do it. And now it's easier than ever before. A year ago, I could not code, but look at me now. I still can't code, but I know how to ask ChatGPT to do it for me. So I'm not saying that AI will turn you into a programmer or that AI will replace programmers and take their jobs. What I am saying is that thanks to AI, using AI, anyone can now start building things, be a programmer and build things. So, now, if you think that you will never need to learn or touch code, or if it's something that is not going to help you in your work life or in your life in any meaningful way, or that you can't do it, well, let me tell you here and right now that you're mistaken. Because just by knowing the fundamentals of code, just enough to be able to ask ChatGPT for help and then know where to input that stuff, you can completely transform and supercharge your work life. It will unlock a completely new dimension of thinking in your head for problem solving, automation, and why not even product building. So this is a real story. My partner Miriam, she's over there, an angel, she is not a coder, not a developer. And nor did she ever think that she would need to be, or that code will help her job in any meaningful way. So one morning, Miriam had to, for her work, download 500 podcast episodes, along with all their titles. The problem? These podcast episodes were hosted on Libsyn. And let me tell you, downloading these episodes off Libsyn is a very tedious task. You have to do like so many clicks to get to the episode, then you get to the episode, then you click the download button, and then it scrolls you back to the top. You lose track of what you've downloaded, and it's all just very tedious and laborious work. So instead, what I did is I grabbed her laptop, fired up ChatGPT, and wrote, "Hello, Mr. ChatGPT. How do I bulk download all episodes from a whole podcast onto my computer?" And ChatGPT answered. So what I did is I just copied everything step by step. I pasted all the commands, ran the command, and in less than 10 minutes, we had all 500 episodes on her computer and ready to go. So Miriam doesn't know how to code. I more or less don't know how to code. But we solved this problem using code. So what would have taken her an entire day of work, we got done in less than 10 minutes thanks to ChatGPT. And now, if you start playing around with code, just a bit, get comfortable with it, not be scared of it anymore, and you unlock this new dimension of problem solving in your head, you will intuitively start noticing other areas of your work and your life where code can help you do away with tedious tasks. However, speaking from experience, there is a danger of becoming a hammer that's just looking for nails, because this is kind of a running gag in the developer community, that you spend 6 hours building an automation for a task that is once-in-a-lifetime task and would have taken you 30 minutes to finish otherwise. And I certainly am at fault at that as well. But I think this is part of the process, part of the growing, so at least now you know that. But finally then, moving on, let's look at that. How you can be a programmer and build things without knowing the first thing about code. So actually, funny thing happened. When preparing for this presentation, I wrote a sentence down verbatim, like this. I'm going to quote it to you. I'm going to use ChatGPT as an example today. Yes, there are other AIs and large language models, like Google's Bard. However, at this point in time, today, OpenAI and ChatGPT is miles ahead of all other LLMs when it comes to coding. However, at the pace AI is developing, this may or may not be true next week. So guess what happened 5 days ago? I alluded to it earlier. Anthropic released its new AI model, Claude 2, which is reportedly way better than ChatGPT, even in coding. And this just demonstrates the fact, like illustrates the fact, or the idea of how fast AI is actually developing. Claude has more recent data. It can process and analyze around 75,000 words, which is 10 times more than ChatGPT, which is the entire length of the Great Gatsby book, for example. It's also completely free, and anyone can use it if they're in the States, the UK, or if they have access to a VPN. But for the sake of my presentation, I'm going to demonstrate everything right now using ChatGPT. It's simply because Claude is so new and I haven't played around with it enough, and I don't want to risk running into any trouble and looking like a fool on stage. But perhaps we'll also give Claude a try. Let's see how everything goes. So I'm going to go to my computer here, and we're going to fire up ChatGPT. Let me just log in here quickly. Perfect. Let me just put, whoops, okay, stuff is a bit missing here. We have it here. Okay, can you see my screen? I think we can switch to my screen here. Perfect. So, now we've opened up ChatGPT. Please note that some of the things that I'm going to show you today here is you do need ChatGPT plus the $20 subscription to access this. And there's also the code interpreter that I mentioned earlier, but as I said, I'm not a fan of the code interpreter, so you don't need it. I still feel like it's a step back towards these parlor tricks again. But anyway, so how does coding with ChatGPT work? Well, it's like anything else. You ask, and the AI shall provide. So let's build a website together. This modern, fast website using modern code, difficult coding languages that would otherwise cost you a lot. And I'm going to start writing. Hello, Mr. ChatGPT. Now, actually, I have a conspiracy theory. I now know why Mindvalley asks their authors to send their slides in advance multiple days. Stick with me. It's because it's so Vishen can go through all the slides, everybody's slides, and steal their best jokes for himself. Because I also had a joke about being kind to AI and not letting it so it would spare you. But it's either that or maybe the great minds think alike, so maybe at least let me have this self-flattery here. So, let's start building the website. Let's tell ChatGPT to create a one-page landing page for my new AI consulting agency website. Now, when you're building websites, I don't know how many, show of hands, how many people are familiar, how many people can build their own website? So how many people can build their own website using code? A few can, perfect. So maybe this will impress you as well then. Well, first thing, we need to find inspiration. So I'm going to open up Dribble here, which is just a design website where there's inspiration. So let's see if it loads, and I'm going to type in agency website. I'm going to click web design. And let's see if something catches my attention here, if we want to recreate something. Okay, let's grab one of these. Okay, so let's maybe take this one here. This is a good one. So what we're going to do now is we're essentially just going to start describing to ChatGPT what we want the website to look like. Like, we know how to do this. So first, let's say that, let's give it my company name. My company name is AgentGPT. The color theme is black, white, and green. The buttons are black. Background is white. And then we're going to start going like from up to down, and the more detail you had here, the better. Create a menu with 5 buttons. Make up the text for now. Then actually, just me writing through this is going to take time, so I'm going to copy and paste my prompt that I had prepared here before, and we can read through it. So I'm going to take another one, so it's going to be easier and faster this way. So create the one-page landing page for my new AI consulting website. My company is called AgentGPT. The color theme is black, yellow, highlighter yellow, and white. The website background is white. The default color is black. I want the header of the website, which is this up here, to have the AI agency on the left, and then a little light gray separator on the menu in the center with options like about, service, author, testimonials, and blog. And I just went through and I described the website I want, just looking at my inspiration image and just telling it what I want. So now I'm going to click enter, and ChatGPT is hopefully going to start generating the code. And note this thing here. I asked it to return the website code in Next.js and Tailwind. So we're going to get back to that, and we're going to address this a bit later on. So as ChatGPT is now writing and creating our website, one thing that we should note is that this isn't always 100% reliable. Sometimes it's going to make mistakes, mess things up. So right now it's up to chance a bit if everything's going to go completely smoothly, or perhaps you'll see me sweat and struggle here on stage a bit. So, but okay, now we have ChatGPT telling us that sure, it can create an example. There's the example written with Next.js and Tailwind CSS. Includes all the elements, and there's all this code here. So what we do now is we just copy the code, bada bing, bada boom, the website's ready. It's all just that easy. So am I wrong in assuming that when most of you see this code here, it's just kind of like crashes your brain? It's just like, I want to do something else. So I wonder what's good on Instagram. So let's actually, well, this is actually everything you do need to build a nice landing page. But let's take a step back here and rewind a bit. So let's go back to my slides for now. So where does this code go? What do we do with this code? Where do we put it that ChatGPT just gave us? Well, First, we need a code editor. And the code editor could be anything that handles text. It could be on your Windows, your Notepad, or on a Mac, your text edit, on a Windows, your command prompt, or on Mac, your terminal. All of these things can be used for coding and building things. But since we're doing a website, there is a better tool for the job, and the one I recommend if you want to get into this is the Visual Studio Code, which you can download on the link that's written on there. Or you can just Google it as well. So if you want to run commands and code locally, then your terminal or the command prompt on the Windows, terminal on the Mac, command prompt on the Windows is the best tool for the job. So let's say you want to download 500 podcast episodes, even compress videos. There's a lot of tools, a lot of things you can do in there. You would use this command prompt or your terminal. For more complex tasks, if you're writing long code, creating complicated programs, or building a website, then you want to use a code editor. So I'm going to run back to my computer here. And so let's say that I'm going to leave the code here for now. And I'm going to give you a quick example on how we can use these commands here, download the podcast episode or run commands in the terminal. So what we're going to do is we're going to download a YouTube video, let's say. So I'm going to go to youtube.com/Vishen. So we're going to click podcasts. We're going to click on the Mindvalley show with Vishen. Let's see, look at all these podcast episodes. See, okay, I like this. I want to download this episode with Marissa Peer, 472,000 views. Congratulations, Vishen. A lot for a podcast. So I'm going to copy this episode link. Then I'm going to go back to ChatGPT. And I'm going to type, give me a terminal command to download this YouTube video. And I want it in an MP4 format. I'm going to click enter. And now ChatGPT is telling me that I can download the YouTube video through the terminal by using a program called YouTube DL. And okay, perfect. So please make sure you have the permissions to download and use this video. Copyright infringement can lead to serious consequences. Vishen, Mindvalley legal team, Kadi, we're good, right? We're chill? Okay. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to open up the terminal. I'm going to copy this command here, paste it into the terminal, press enter, and let's see, it's going to load a bit. The Marissa Peer episode is downloading. Now, of course, I did skip a little part here, a small prerequisite. And sometimes ChatGPT is going to tell you this, sometimes it won't, but I'm going to cancel this download here so I don't crash the internet, and I don't know if I have Vishen's permission. Perfect. So it's telling us for Mac OS, I can use Homebrew. So Homebrew is, it's called a package manager. If you want to run programs in your terminal to download podcasts, YouTube videos, or do other things, just like as you have apps in your computer, you have these developer tools, these text-based tools in your computer that you can use to run different programs and do a lot of things, and these are very powerful, and they're just text-based. So Homebrew helps you manage and download these and use these in any way. Homebrew on Mac and Chocolate Cherry on Windows. So you can find Homebrew by Googling Homebrew and just taking it and running it, and then you can find all the packages on here, right? So let's move ahead with my presentation for now. Let's go back to my slides. So when we're talking about programming languages, there are a lot of programming languages, and all of them have their own purpose, most of them. And they have their own time and place, their pros and cons. There are front-end languages, which are meant for creating things that the user sees, the pretty face in the front. And there are back-end languages, which are the servers, the processes, and every systems in the background. So when we're building out just a website right now, this website that we're building, we should just focus on the front end because we don't need all of that back-end stuff and we shouldn't be worried about it. So let's go back. I'm going to go back to my computer. I'm going to open up this ChatGPT again. And let's go back to the code that ChatGPT provided us before for the website. Okay, here. So here's the code. You saw me type in Next.js and Tailwind here. And these are just me specifying to ChatGPT what I want this initial website to be built with. However, if you do not know any of this stuff, how would you know which programming language to ask for? Well, you can guess my answer. ChatGPT will just tell you. So I'm going to create a new chat. I'm going to type into ChatGPT here. I'm going to copy my prompt and paste in. What is a great programming language for a fast, modern portfolio website that my potential clients can visit, look at my things, book calls with me, or send me emails, and the website ranks well in Google? So there is no one right or wrong answer here, because there are a lot of programming languages. But what I can tell you from experience is that by far the most popular programming language is a static site generator called Next.js, which we asked for. And sometimes it gives it to me, sometimes it doesn't, but Next.js is basically a framework of React.js, which is a framework of JavaScript. So it doesn't matter this much. But Next.js and Tailwind, you can remember it. These are great tools to build websites, and that's what we're going to use to build our website today. Otherwise, if you don't know these frameworks, if you wouldn't know them, this comes with time. This comes with experience, or somebody just recommends them to you, like I am recommending them to right now. So this is how we learn. So moving on, then we have all this code that ChatGPT provided with us right here. Where is the code? I'm going to find the code. So what's next? How do we take this code and make it into a website, all this code here? Well, we are going to open our code editor, which is the Visual Studio Code here. And Visual Studio Code has its own built-in terminal. Perfect. Here, I'm going to open it up over here. So you have this code, you have this code editor. These all might look very frightening, but trust me, they're actually not that difficult. So I'm going to close this up here. So as I mentioned earlier, we won't be writing any code ourselves, but we do have a few high-level concepts, such as which programming language to use and how to set everything up. And right now, ChatGPT just gave us the code, but what do we do with this? So I can just ask it, what do I do with this code? And hopefully ChatGPT will just tell us what to do with this code. So the reason I'm taking you through this step by step like this is, so I'm trying to get you more comfortable with code. So code wouldn't be something that just switches your brain off and makes you scared. But everyone can work through this just by asking questions from ChatGPT and build things. And we're going to build our website together. So first thing we need to do is install Next.js. And we need to have Node and NPM installed on my computer. So fortunately, you don't need to remember all of the things that I'm telling you now, because at the end of my presentation, I'm going to share a YouTube video with you that I made for you yesterday that goes through all of this step by step, so everyone can go home and build their own website in less than an hour. So thank you. So I'm going to see, this says npx create next app, my app. So you don't have to know it again if we just Google Next.js. I'm going to go to the Next.js website. I'm going to click on here. And there's also a command here. It's the same command, npx create next app at latest. So this is going to create the latest version. I can just copy this from here. I'm going to paste it into my terminal. And I'm going to click enter. So first thing it's going to ask me is, what is the name of my app? So wait, I'm going to just close this here. I'm going to go back to ChatGPT. OK, let's put in the name of map AI Agency. I'm going to click enter. And now it's going to ask us some questions. And you don't have to know this. Let's answer no to everything except Tailwind CSS, which we wanted to use. And at home, if you want to build a simple page, you can do the same. Just answer no to everything here, except Tailwind. And now our website is being created. So you just have to copy the code that ChatGPT gives you, put it into the terminal, and things will start happening. So let's see what else ChatGPT told us what we have to do if we want to start creating this website. Install Tailwind. Well, we installed Tailwind already here. That's good. This is about Tailwind. This is about Tailwind. This is about Tailwind. And now we create a landing page. The pages directory in Next.js application where all my pages should be. And I'm looking for a page named index.js. OK? So I'm going to go here. I'm going to open my agency. Oh, there is indeed a pages here. And there is indeed index.js. And there's some code already here. I can tell you that this is just template code, so I'm going to delete all of it. I'm going to go up now. I'm going to copy all this code from here. I'm going to paste all this code into here. I'm going to click Save. So how do we now see our website? What do we have to do to see our website? Well, to run the application, after creating my pages, I have to type in the following command to my terminal, npm run dev, okay? I'm going to copy the code. I'm going to paste the code in, and I already know when I type this, I'm going to get an error, and this is a great way to show you how to troubleshoot these errors, because ChatGPT sometimes skips steps, and it's not going to tell you everything. So I'm going to click Enter, and it didn't work. So what do you do when you get these errors and you're stuck? Well, as I answer everything, you just copy the error, copy it, and we're going to paste it back into ChatGPT and see what it tells us. Okay, it's telling me something about package JSON, all these things. It's complicated. Let's see if it gives me anything good. Okay, it's telling me to create a new app. So this is the thing that I said, that ChatGPT isn't always reliable. When I was testing this at home, it worked perfectly. Oh, actually, no. Replace my app with the name you want your application, navigate to your project's directory. Oh, so I'm under my first website, which is the folder, and I'm not in my directory, and I have to navigate into my directory. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to navigate, and this is said cd is the command, cd AI Gency, perfect. And now I can run the website. It's running. I can open the website, and this is what our magnificent website now looks like. we probably wouldn't upload it like this. But we can now ask ChatGPT to start making changes for us, and we can start updating the website. So first thing, the website is like all over the place. It's way too wide. Let's ask ChatGPT to make the website thinner. And let's say that when I move my mouse over these boxes, I want the boxes, let's make something complicated. I want the boxes to hover up and cast a shadow, right? Because in the initial prompt, I asked these to create just filler boxes and add filler content. So this is all just like bumper plate, basically. So I'm going to go back to ChatGPT. I'm going to put my website here so I actually see what I'm asking for it. OK, great. Let's edit the code. Makes the website fit inside a boundary, not be full width. And for under the About Us, the boxes add a hover element, so when I move my mouse on the box, it lifts up and casts a shadow. So now ChatGPT is generating the code for me again. So you still need to figure stuff out and troubleshoot things like I'm doing now and like I mentioned earlier. But personally, I think doing it like this is way better because you have full control over what you're creating, and way faster and easier than learning these various no-code tools and paying for the sites that create your websites for you, because they also cost a lot, and this is actually completely free. So there are a few more things later to get it up and running and get it online, but let's just wait for ChatGPT to finish this here and give us the code. So me demonstrating actually how, oh, the code finished, perfect. I'm going to copy this into ChatGPT. I'm going to unpin this from here, separate from split view, so I have the website here. So I'm going to open my code editor. I'm going to delete all this code again, paste all this code in, save. Okay, now it's created boundaries, and see, we have these hover effects. So this isn't impressive right now, of course. But when you keep playing with it, if you put some time into it, I can show you some things that I've built with this. For example, with ChatGPT, I managed to build the ChatGPT chunker that Vishen mentioned earlier. It's a program that takes your input text, no matter how much you have it, and it creates chunks of it that ChatGPT can accept, and it's not going to overwhelm it with the character limits. I also, for example, built a book funnel for my own book that I have, and this is completely created with ChatGPT, this website. ChatGPT did all the code for me. There's all the scroll effects and all these impressive things, and when I click on here, there's going to be a pop-up, and it doesn't seem so impressive right now to the developers in our midst. But does anyone know the website ClickFunnels? So I have a problem with no-code tools. I always run into issues. I never can do anything that I want to do properly, and when I'm ready to launch, the things just don't work. And ClickFunnels is really old, and I completely refused to pay them 120 or 80 euros a month. How much is it? So I decided I'm going to build my own ClickFunnels. So this website I built using Stripe. It has the one-click upsell. It has all ClickFunnels functionality, and I did it in a week. So you can do certainly very impressive things like that. And it works. The one-click upsell, everything works. All this is completely working, and this is fully built with using ChatGPT. Give me the code. I built our HomeSum website that was mentioned earlier on stage here. And I even built my own Typeform quiz, because I didn't like Typeform. So this is a working quiz, and all the answers of the quiz and everything goes to my backend here. And this is all built with ChatGPT. So you can build all these things for you, so you do not need to hire a team of developers. Whoops, I shouldn't show this properly. So you do not need to hire a team of developers, and you can either do it yourself or have somebody on your team just learn this stuff and do it for you, because it really works this well. So, and I can show you one more app that, for example, that I built. There's supposed to be this Pong here, Pong test. So let's open up Anthropic, the game, sorry, not the game, sorry, the other AI that I mentioned. So does anyone remember the game Pong, one of the first popular websites, where there was a ball going around and two players were playing with wrong and just bounced the ball back and forth? Well, ever since computers were invented, it took 30 years for them to create Pong. Let's see how fast we can create Pong. Create in Python a clone of the game Pong for me. 2 players. Player A use V and S to move, paddle. Player B uses up and down, okay? Let's see how fast we can create Pong. Oops, I should have mentioned also that I cannot cancel this, but it's giving me, because I have experience, tried this out already, it's giving me code for Windows, so I need Mac code. But this is something, if you run into an error, you can just ask it, and it's going to tell you this, but for the sake of saving time, I'm going to fix it right away. Start a new chat. I'm gonna, for Mac. Perfect. This works now. So what I'm gonna do is, again, this comes with time. You can ask all of these things from ChatGPT, because Python is a very powerful coding language, so I'm going to create a new file. And if you want to run Python code, let's say Mindvalley pong.py. We're going to create this file here, because Python files end with a .py. And Python allows you to do a lot of things. Automations, create new apps, anything you want to do in your computer, you can basically do with Python. It's a very powerful coding language. So this is almost finished, hopefully. And me demonstrating the code to you right here, while it finishes the code, I'm gonna go back to AI Agency website, and I'm gonna open up the code editor and the AI Agency website here. I'm gonna go back to the AI Agency code, and over here, you can see all this code. And at first glance, it looks terrifying. But it's actually very easy, because you can tell already by the colors where to input text, what you want to change. So let's say you have the website here. Discover the future with our AI solutions. Let's say I want to switch these things around. We value innovative, tailored, and reliable AI services. We want that as a title and the discover as a subtitle. So we go to our code. We find the things that we want to change. Okay, this is the first sentence. Perfect. I'm going to copy the first sentence from here. Let's say the text from inside here. Oops, I'm misclicking here. I'm going to copy the first. Jesus, okay, this isn't working. Okay, and I got the text copied. I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm going to copy the rest of the text from here, inside, and just paste it up here. And hopefully when I save it, then we would have switched the text around. Save, refresh. Whoops, I closed the terminal, my bad. I'm going to start the server again. And the website is starting up again. So just by switching things around there, just writing here, saving the document, the website will be updated. I messed up. Okay, I see what I messed up. This is my bad completely. Saving, and the text changed around. So you can troubleshoot things, you can change things around, and you see if something happens, you can go back. If you mess up something, like it broke something that's now, just paste the error, copy it into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will tell you what to change. There's my friend Dylan in the audience here. And Dylan just acquired, his company just acquired their first SaaS business. And Dylan is not a coder. And he was visiting me, and we were looking at his website code with ChatGPT, copying things around. And when I prepared for this talk, I was talking to Dylan, and he said that never in his life did he actually think that he would be able to change anything with code. But now, after me showing this to him, he feels comfortable going in there and changing things around. He wanted to change something really quickly on his new SaaS business. He copied the code to ChatGPT, got the answer back, changed it, and he had it done. He didn't have to find developers to do it for him. So this is all just very easy and fast to set up, and as long as you start playing around with this, when you start getting more comfortable with this, then you can start building your own things, your own applications, your own automations, your own websites. And let's go back to my slides, please. And once you do this, whoops. Okay, I'm going to skip these. And when you get comfortable with this, and you create your own website using these frameworks, you will have saved some money. Or maybe if you put in some more practice, you can start charging this money as well. So my goal here today was hopefully to take away the fear of coding and to give you these ideas and this little push to start experimenting and playing around with coding and doing these things. Because there's a lot of things you can do with code, especially knowing how to build websites or automations, or just terminal commands which will completely supercharge your work life and workflows and everything else. And as I mentioned, you don't have to remember all of these things here, because I created a YouTube video for you that you can go to youtube.com/conturata.ai and find the YouTube video, the latest one that I uploaded, that gives you the full overview of everything we did, and you can follow along step by step to get your website up and running. This is the image that you're looking for. And I'm happy to take questions, technical questions about coding maybe, or AI, or anything of that sort, if you have any for me. I'm going to put this back here for now. Thank you. So, I see some hands over here.
Hi. How far do you think we're going to be just telling the ChatGPT instead of writing things? Do you think it's coming soon? Or?
Oh, well, you can download the ChatGPT app to your phone right now, the official OpenAI app, if you have an iPhone. Unfortunately, there's nothing for Android. And you can just ask it, and it can do a lot of things. So you can already connect these things up, even on your own computer. If you run your own AI agent, you can already do voice command things, and it can start building things for you.
Thank you.
There's some hands over here.
Hi there.
Hi.
Is there a way to get ChatGPT to collaborate with like Elementor on
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Is there a way to get ChatGPT to collaborate with like Elementor on WordPress?
One thing that you might want to have a look at, but it requires, at the moment, probably development skills again, and playing around with, is the companion tool by Andreessen Horowitz that I mentioned. Okay. That is a step in that direction. However, many other AI companies have created their own co-pilots. Okay. So I think Elementor and WordPress have their own co-pilots incoming, but you can also ask ChatGPT just to tell you things about it and take the actions yourself.
Okay, thank you.
You can pick out the questions for me. Yeah.
I have a short question regarding using AI with your own data on your computer. So basically, if I would like to use my address book, let's say I have 5,000 addresses, is there a tool that can easily analyze or create some outputs from databases, like, for example, Mac address book?
You said your own computer. Do you want it to be private or?
Yes, private, yes.
Private, okay. In this case, you want to set up your own AI instance. And there are a lot of ways to do this. You can run your own AI models on your own computer. They do require powerful hardware, but one website that you can try if you have a MacBook, for example, I see that you have one there, then you can go to this website or Google GPT for all. And this is software that will allow you to download models onto your own computer and ask them questions privately.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
I have a question. Oh, here. To your
Here, am I looking in the right direction?
to the other side. You're right.
Am I right? Oh.
Sorry.
Oh,
Over here.
yeah, sorry.
Do you have tutorials on how to build your own online course with ChatGPT?
I do not have tutorials for online course building, but if you take a look at that YouTube channel, perhaps you will find some other things on script writing and maybe find something there. If you want to get on course building, Jimmy Narain is your guy.
Hello. Here. I'm here.
Ah,
right
I'm sorry.
in front of
Okay,
you.
here.
Yeah.
I don't know where it looked. The sound's coming on.
No worries. So once you generate the website, where does it get hosted?
Okay, so this is a step that I glossed over, and I can show it to you right now. So let's switch to my computer view. And one thing that we can show, it's in the tutorial as well. So right now, the question is very valid because the website only exists in our own computer. So I have some prerequisites set up right now. So I have GitHub installed, I have the Visual Studio Code, they're connected, I have created the repository, complicated words, but the YouTube tutorial will make them very easy. So one thing that we're going to do is go here, accept all the changes, upload website. So this is an internal node for ourselves. I'm going to click commit. I'm going to publish this branch. Let's see if the internet loads. I'm going to make it private. And okay, already exists. Perfect. Okay, there's a conflict here. My first website too. Okay, and now it's up. So now the files are up on the internet. But now we want to make our website visible to other people. So one thing that you have to do, you need two accounts. You need to go to github.com, create the GitHub account where you will host your files. And you can download the GitHub desktop account as well. And then after everything's done, after you've pushed everything to GitHub, you go to versal.app. And inside Versal, I have some things set up here already. So this is, yours is going to look a bit different. But OK, I'm going to have to open it over here because I'm not logged in from there. Okay. Versal.app. Let me open this again. So once you've logged into Versal, you first you create your GitHub account, then you create your Versal account with GitHub. You just log in with GitHub. You go to add new. You add a new project. And then, because I have more things, my first website too, this is the latest one that I have, but you will only have one thing here. You're going to just click import from here. You're going to select your framework that you used to build. We used Next.js. We're going to select the root directory where our files are. This is the AI agency. And we're just going to click deploy. And in 30 seconds, this website is going to be uploaded and available on the internet for everybody, basically. We're going to see confetti and all the things happen. So while this is happening, I can already take a next question. The domain? Yeah, OK. The domain, this one is going to give you a temporary domain. So the next step after this deployment is done, we're going to go to buydomains.com, let's say. And there's a lot of services that sell you domains, because they cost like, .com costs you like $18 to $20 a year. So the place I like to buy it, for example, is a place called iwantmyname.com. Go here. And then you check if the domain that you want to buy is free. Let's wait for it to load. You type in your domain name, mycoolagencywebsite.com. And we see that mycoolagencywebsite.com is free. It's $20. You buy it. You go back to Versal. Oh, see, congratulations. We're going to see confetti. Our website is perfectly up and running. And everyone who wants to type in this my-first-website-2.-liart.versal.app can access this. But obviously, you don't want to give this sort of a URL to your potential clients. So what you do, you just click to settings. You click domains, you type your domain name here, you follow a few more steps, and you're all set. You're going to have the domain name connected in 10 minutes. Next. Thank you.
Have you built mobile apps using a similar process, or is there much more involved when it comes to a mobile app?
You certainly can build mobile apps using a similar process. I have not built mobile apps myself. I have fiddled around with Xcode, which is called on a Mac. But ChatGPT can definitely help with these things, and you can definitely build mobile apps just as easily using this.
Thank you.
And we have a few more minutes. I don't see my clock, but I can probably take more questions, right? Is there any more questions?
Yeah, me. Hello. I get like more than 100 DMs each day. So is there a way to use ChatGPT for customer support?
There definitely is a way. I guess you're mentioning Instagram, right? Or
Instagram.
Okay.
I use ManyChat.
Mhm.
Yeah, but like it's
I would guess there are already tools for that. Somebody has pre-built them, because if you want to build out your own automation doing these things, it's going to take some time and some technical knowledge. So right now, it's best if you just search on Google and see if there's anything. And I'm certainly pretty confident that there is something.
Okay, look it up. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, there's one more. Yes?
I want to ask if we can use ChatGPT and based on a website that is already existing on the market, and we build a clone of that website for our personal use, and then we upgrade and we change that website based on the original website. So would be able to do that, and is there any issue of copyright?
There is no copyright issue when you take inspiration for something, but there is certainly copyright issue when you copy something completely, and that's why ChatGPT probably won't help it with you. And if you want to create a complicated website, there's likely a lot of processes and things going on in the background that you cannot build out as easily. You can certainly do it with ChatGPT with the help, but it will take more time. But you can. The last time I tested, I asked ChatGPT to create me a website that looks like Airbnb. And it can do it. It knows the rough things, but you're going to get a better result if you give it a detailed description. So just before I jump off stage here, let's quickly peek back. I remembered we wrote the Pong game, so I just wanted to demonstrate to you how easy it is to also create an app. I'm going to go to Anthropic here. Oops, it's my Anthropic here. I'm going to copy all this code. I'm going to go to Visual Studio Code. I'm going to find the Mindvalley Pong that we made, paste this in here. Then I'm going to open up a new terminal here. I'm going to type Python 3. You can ask this from the AI. It will tell you. I just know this command, mindvalley pong.py. And let's hope it works. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And the game works. Oh, it's fast. Oh, OK. So if anyone wants to challenge me to this game of Pong, we can see who gets to 100 first. So I can ask it to start fixing these bugs and make it less crazy. So I think this is a good note to finish on now. So thank you everyone for coming. I hope I managed to alleviate your fear of code a bit. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. And happy building. Thanks.
Man, thank you so much, Andre. Was that useful? Give a huge round of applause for Andre. Again, a reminder, if the slides are moving too fast, you will find a way to get access to the slides later on after the event for those of you also watching. So you can connect with the support team, and you'll also get emails about it. So don't worry about that. But yeah, take as many pictures as you want. This next session is about how to create world-class art and music using AI. You guys excited about that? Okay. And the person who's going to be talking about it is probably the best person in the world to talk about it. It blew my mind just learning more about him. You know, he's a creative strategist. He has a degree in AI, master's degree in AI from Cambridge. Get this. He was the creative director for BAFTA and the Oscars. He served as the artistic director for TED Conference, TED Tech. You know, he's the music and technology advisor to some of the biggest artists, musicians in the world, like Black Eyed Peas. Vishen mentioned a bunch of things about it yesterday. And also the Oscar-winning A.R. Rahman. This guy is legendary. He's worked with some of the biggest celebrities in the world, biggest platforms in the world like HBO, and he serves as the Chief Product Officer at Mindvalley now. So you guys are in for a treat. Are you guys ready to invite him on stage? Guys, please help me welcome Manon Dave on stage, please.
Mic check. Thank you, guys. You could leave that song running, to be honest. I listened to the whole thing. Give me just a second. Whilst I'm... I was joking, but that's cool. Anyone want to dance? Whilst I'm just setting up here, one small correction, although quite a large one, because we do have probably an Emmy-nominated person in the back somewhere. I wasn't creative director for the Oscars and the Emmys, sadly. I did have a film under consideration for the Oscars, and this past year I scored some music for a film. And I currently am creative director with Framestore, who are both an Oscar and Emmy award-winning creative studio. So that's probably where the confusion came in. However, most of the rest of the stuff that you heard is pretty correct. I will start, I guess, by introducing myself. So, thank you. My name is Manon. I am the Chief Product Officer of Mindvalley, and often people do mistaken my name for Dave, which is actually my last name, believe it or not. There's a story to it. I'll tell you at the bar if you guys can still drink after yesterday's party. I've noticed that a lot of you look a bit rocky. I feel like Britney Spears with this thing up here. It's pretty cool. So my name is Manon. There is a QR code, as you'll see up here, and you can find me on most social networks at Manon Dave. The QR code is actually a lot more than just shameless self-promo. Every single thing I'll be covering today is on that link, so please do scan it. My phone is in my pocket. If it doesn't start significantly vibrating throughout this, I'll know that you guys have not scanned it, so please make sure you do that. It's actually vibrating quite a lot right now, so keep it going. Right, let me try and get the next slide up. So a little bit about me. I am an absolute freaking geek. I'm a nerd and a shameless one. This is actually me, not some young girl, my sister, and actually my daughter now looks a lot like this. I am a hardcore Manchester United fan. Any United fans here? Probably not. One at the back. Okay, cool. It's okay. I understand. I'm a huge comic book nerd as well. Love Spider-Man. I actually have an original 1962 Spider-Man comic, which is such a loser thing to say on stage, but I do. I played a lot of video games when I was a kid, and I'm massively into hip-hop music, as you heard when I came on. Huge Wu-Tang fan. And all of this stuff I'm telling you because it is kind of relevant to what I want to talk about. I am going to show you guys about AI and how to create art with AI and how to create all kinds of different media. But I actually gave a talk to the kids. Anybody's kids go to the talks earlier this week? Yeah, a couple people. So I gave a talk to 10 to 13-year-old kids on Wednesday. And on Wednesday, I think I must have spoken for about maybe 20 minutes, and then the great volunteers and teachers there were showing the kids how to jump on some of the tools you've seen today and some of the ones I'll show you. And honestly, I couldn't believe it. Within a matter of an hour, these kids had come up with business ideas and posters and marketing material and graphics, and some of them even recorded videos. Now, I thought back to when I was a kid, and I just thought I loved doing so many different things. I was, really wanting to kind of express my creativity in so many different areas. And it was really hard to kind of know how to go about doing that. This is obviously pre-YouTube and pretty much anything useful on the internet. So a lot of what I want to talk about is how, of course, we should expose our kids to this stuff now, but really and truly, we get to have a reset with these AI tools. We get the chance to, as I like to say, imagine again. Skills and qualifications and all those things are cute, but now really it's just about who has the best imagination. And if you can partner that imagination with the right skills and the things that you've worked at for years and years, then you can do some pretty awesome things. So I'd like to show you a bit more of a blend of AI, but with a human touch. So when people ask me what I do, and Vishen gave you guys a very kind and a very storied history of my works, and I think he ended with, just in case you forget him, he's the iPhone guy. So that's me, I'm the iPhone guy, iPhone 14 guy. I did make some music for the iPhone 14, but for me, I just like to describe it as I make cool stuff. And even in my work with Mindvalley, one of the things that really drew me to Mindvalley to come and work with the product and design team here is to, I guess, really impact this area of personal growth in a way that hasn't been done before. The content's amazing. You guys are here because you feel like you're expanding your knowledge, you're learning, you're growing in different ways. But to be able to partner that with world-class design and great technology, emerging technology, it really feels like an opportunity that we all have to really build something that could change the face of education for sure, and maybe even the way all humans learn. So I like to say I make cool stuff. Hang on a sec. Mostly with computers, according to ChatGPT. So there you go. So what kind of stuff do you make? Well, I started my career in affiliate marketing. Does anybody know affiliate marketing? Advertising? Yes? Okay. So I worked for a company called Awin. I was employee number 40. And so if you know anything about affiliate marketing, then you'll know about cookies, and that's what the cookie represents. And this was pre-EU cookie law. So what I was doing was developing products which were essentially behavioral retargeting algorithms. And these things were tracking down information, breadcrumbs about the way you navigate online, things you might be interested in, and then ultimately showing you those things when you maybe are watching a YouTube video. In other words, spam. So that's what we were building, and we made, the industry, not me necessarily, made a hell of a lot of money doing it. And then, of course, the EU cookie laws and all that stuff started coming in. But the reason I mention it is because that was really my first exposure to AI, or building AI, or interfacing with it in any real way. And there's been such a big boom in the past year that maybe we'd be mistaken, or be forgiven for being mistaken, that it's just emerged now. But if you've been working in advertising, and specifically digital advertising, you've been interfacing with what I would call generative AI for near on, well, I was working there in 2007, so well over 10 years. And that's really interesting to think about, because really you will hear a few different terms. Yesterday you learned about ANI and AGI. In the last few years, you might have heard about machine learning. That was really the kind of seed to where we are today. So I always look back at that time that I had at Awin and in affiliate marketing and thought, actually, none of this stuff is really that scary. We've been doing this. We've been using information and input and learning using machines to basically find new ways of engaging audiences already, right? So all of that stuff I took into the music tech industry, where I started building music tech products, which I'll show you in a second. And then since then, really, I've been on this mission to kind of apply those same technologies to changing the way that people learn and changing the way that people lead their lives and interface with things that can improve their lives in an entertaining and, I guess, world-class design way. So some of those things I made, one of the things is called Machine. This is a tool that some of you might have seen some DJs and producers use. Some of those people are a guy named Noah Shabib. He produces for an artist called Drake. A lot of Drake's music will have been made on this. Every Mindvalley event I've ever been to, Justin Timberlake is playing as I walk in the room. So you guys know who this guy is already. If you watched his Say Something video and watch, I think, some of the studio videos you might find, you'll see him using it as well. And again, we use a lot of these technologies which are now emerging and more accessible to us as kind of consumers during the process of making these products, making it easier for people who already make music to just make better music or more well-rounded music or more polished music. So there is a correlation there to what we're talking about when we start talking about generative AI. I then worked on this product called the Rody Seaboard. In short, it's basically a keyboard that doesn't have any real keys. It's got this kind of continuous silicon surface. If you've been to MoMA since about 2015, the Museum of Modern Art in New York, you may have seen this in MoMA. We won a bunch of design awards, and again, it was used by musicians and actors. This is the film La La Land. You may have seen that. Ryan Gosling plays this for real in the film, and he actually learned how to play it. We spent weeks and weeks teaching him how to play it over Zoom, which was pretty painful. But there were a lot of volunteers who were not male engineers, let me tell you that. So I kind of then mishmashed those two things together for Roly, the same company, and kind of built machine in your pocket, because technology was starting to push in the direction where we could basically give anybody the ability to start interfacing with music at least, right? Start to maybe not generate music, which is where we're going now, and I'll show you some of that, but actually engage with it. Start remixing music with a simple device in your pocket and an iPhone. And this product, which is called Roly Blocks, again, you may have seen around 2016, 2017, and Christmas in the Apple stores. We were in every Apple store in the world, where anybody could walk up to one of these things. And actually, Pharrell Williams, the musician, was an investor. He was chief creative officer of Roly. And you would have been able to remix his song Happy and a couple of other songs, Lemon with Rihanna, on this in any Apple store in the world at that time. And I have one in my bag if you want to check one out later. And then I sort of took that knowledge of machine learning and some applications of AI in music making and advertising, and I started to pursue this career in education, which led me to Mindvalley. But a few years prior to my arrival at Mindvalley, I started building products, software and hardware, for kids to learn English all over the world. And it was with a company called EF, Education First. And when I started doing it, I just thought, I just had all my stuff in the Apple store. So I'm walking around thinking I'm, the dog's bollocks, as we like to say in the UK. And so I walk into this company and I'm like, oh yeah, easy. Just gamify it, make it look good, put it in front of the kids, it's going to be great. And I got absolutely decimated by somebody who was a teacher, actually, a teacher of 15 years, and ran academic design and pedagogy for these kids. She was like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, first of all, and I'm going to tell you what it's all about. And so she basically broke down for me how teachers think about kids acquiring skills and especially language skills. And I got to a point where I started to think, I feel like I know this methodology. And it was, for me, I drew the correlations to Tamagotchi. Did anybody have a Tamagotchi, or their kids had a Tamagotchi? Okay, cool, yeah. So this was basically a pet that you had on your keyring. We played with some stupid shit when we were kids. But yeah, but it was, it was this thing which basically taught you how to look after it, or you thought you were teaching it how to look after itself, actually. But in actuality, the programming was such that it was teaching you how you should look after it. And so we took that methodology, and I designed this thing with my team there at EF, which is called Study Buddy, a smart speaker. So this came out in 2018, during the boom of voice tech. A smart speaker that kids could interface with. It would be cloud connected, so it knows what the teachers are teaching it in the classroom. Kids get home, and they can speak to it. They can sing songs with it. It will tell bedtime stories, and it helps them slowly iterate and develop things. For example, in China, kids find it difficult to pronounce the R sound, right? Because naturally, the language doesn't necessarily have that American R sound. So this will recognize whether or not they're struggling with that, and then start to adapt its content to help teach the kids. So when we talk about generative AI, this is 2018, released in we built 25,000 units to about 400 schools across China. So we've been doing this for a while. And I make music too, but I'm not going to bore you with that. You already heard Vishen try and play the iPhone ad, so maybe another time. But the cool thing now is, it took me a long, long time to get to a point where I could fuse my passions of technology, having qualified as a software engineer, and all creative outlets. I was always making music in the background, but also I just felt like I was a creative guy, and I just wanted to, make images and do photography and make movies maybe one day. Hint, hint, Richard Schiff, who I see here somewhere. And really now, I feel like I can do anything, or rather we can do anything. Some of the things you see here in the top left corner, my wife and I were thinking about decorating my son's room. He likes pretty much any kind of automotive vehicle, so we thought we'd do trains and cars and everything. And we didn't really find anything we liked on Etsy, so we just started designing it ourselves in Midjourney. And we started printing these things out, and we're going to be putting them on his wall. Next to that is, with my work with Framestore, we sort of did an exploration about how Volkswagen, who were collaborating with them, could enter the metaverse, during this whole metaverse and NFTs boom. Next to that is probably at some point my EP that I'm going to release, which I've been working on for probably about 22 years. So I don't know if it will ever come out, but I can now fix my face in photography by making myself some kind of anime character. And then I have, generative images which try to recreate in high resolution pictures of my friend's great-grandmother, something I did for the Paris Christian Dior store. If you ever go to the Atelier in Paris and you go to the top floor, this is a celebration of the history of Dior, and I was working on the immersive installation there. And next to that is an idea that I pitched to Lego to help kids learn how to build their own high-resolution cameras and learn how to use them and also understand the parts within them. I'm sharing all of this with you because this was all done in Midjourney, and it was all done for real work or life things that I wanted to tackle. This is not me just showing you prompts. This is really stuff that I'm using this tool for. So today, what I want to try and share with you, and what I want you guys to be able to do when you actually, when we finish this session, or at least have an idea of how to do when we finish this session, is create photorealistic images, which Vishen, thankfully, kind of kick-started your juices on earlier. And so I'll show you one or two, at least approaches that I've taken to get there. And for my kind of semi-dyslexic brain, like just little abbreviations that I try and remember to help me with the prompts. I will also show you how to design spaces or alter the design of spaces that maybe you're using Midjourney to sort of figure out how to decorate your room, or perhaps you work in interior design. I met a couple earlier who have a real estate business in Greece. Maybe this is a way that you can sort of think about how to do the interior design there. And I know there are a lot of entrepreneurs here, and obviously I work in a very successful business with Mindvalley as well. And so a lot of what we think about is just getting our messaging right in marketing materials. And so I'll also teach you how to edit marketing materials. Maybe you didn't quite get it right in the photo shoot, or maybe nothing came back from the photo shoot and you need to create your own images and edit them. And lastly, I would love to show you guys how to make your own music using AI. If I can get some sound. Let me run it back. So everything you saw and heard just there was done between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. today. So I'm going to show you how to do that. You'll see the timestamps. It wasn't because I wanted to make sure I could say that on stage. I was just genuinely shitting myself and nervous about this entire presentation, so I didn't think of anything until a couple of hours ago. So, and you'll see from the file names, there's a weird sample in the audio that sounds like it says, "Can you see?" So that was the inspiration behind the image, honestly. It all came together very last minute. So that's what I want to try and teach you guys today. Everyone up for that? Cool. So I'll start with the generative images and the photorealistic images. This is me, again, geeking out for no apparent reason. I'm a Pokemon fan, sorry. And I decided to create, as part of my experimentation, a high-resolution photorealistic Pokeball in the grass. I don't know. So this abbreviation is something that I sort of came up with after seeing loads of prompts, similar to what Vishen was showing you, scrolling through tons and tons of prompts and Reddit pages and checking out Mr. Grateful's page, and he's in the front row here, he's going to kill it later, doing all of that stuff. And again, it's really, really hard to remember those super long prompts. I saw everyone with their phones out. This is how I remember how to get photorealistic prompts. I use these 5 parameters, right, in my prompt, in pretty much this order most of the time. Sometimes I screw around and change it. Again, remember, everything you're seeing here is generated by AI. I'm pretty stunned by this image myself, to be honest. So first is output. So this is actually what is the image supposed to be. It could be a cinematic scene. It could be fashion photography. It could be a product photography. The subject, in this case, I was working with a friend of mine, Idris, where we were creating a campaign for a telecommunications company in Sierra Leone. So I literally put in the words Sierra Leonean teenager looking happy, backpack, middle of the city or whatever. So specifically outlining the subject. The background, and again, you can specify, do you want it to be out of focus, in focus, a specific city, a place, a market. Emphasizers, which after doing a bit of reading, I discovered that there are, we call them corpuses in machine learning, right? But essentially, it's like dictionaries or like clusters of words or tags that specifically organize how it understands a color, for example. So an example of emphasizers might be something like yellow core. Yellow core means pretty much the spectrum of, or the grade, the spectrum of the gradient in the color picker, where you see sort of yellow tones. It kind of understands all of the what we call hex codes in design, for all of those shades of yellow. So it will try and utilize that spectrum or zoom in on that spectrum to make sure you get kind of yellow or teal or whatever tinted finish. So you pretty much say the thing and then you write the word core afterwards. I'll show you an example. And then the last one, Vishen covered already, which is you can really specify cameras. I like Vishen, don't know anything about cameras, so I used ChatGPT to figure out which ones I liked and what I got the right result with. And I had one of my dear friends, Paulius, who's not here with us today because he's back home with his family. He told me, dude, that doesn't make any sense because those are 2 cameras you mentioned and like 3 lenses. It works on Midjourney, so what do you want me to say? So if we take a look at what that looks like, a quick demo for you here. So creating photorealistic images, I made this one probably just before I did that video, so like 11:30 this morning. What does it say? It should say the time. 1:20 it was afterwards, that was today. So you can see here, I've pretty much followed that structure. Output, it's landscape photography, inspiring, captivating. The subject is the back of a group of teenagers, or I even spelt it wrong, overlooking the sunset from a cliff. The background, I want Thai islands. My wife and I are thinking about going on holiday soon, and I'm actually headed to Malaysia, to the Mindvalley office. So thinking about where to go from there. Beautifully clear blue ocean, ocean water, a plane in the sky. I don't think it quite got that right. The influences or emphasizes, I sort of put holiday photography, and then you can see the core word here is cinema core. I wanted to sort of feel a little bit cinematic. And then I mentioned a bunch of camera specifications, which I have saved in a notepad somewhere, because I have no idea what half that stuff means. I think it's something to do with exposure and light and so on. You'll notice here also that I used this little parameter that is -v 5.2. That refers to the version of Midjourney. And once you guys get more into it, I won't kind of dwell on it too long. But every so often they release a new version, and it always comes with some really cool features. One of the really amazing features they released in version 5.2 is the thing that allowed me to make that video of that girl with the headphones on, which I'll explain how I did in a second. But it allows you to essentially zoom out of an image after you've generated it, which is pretty fucking amazing. So I'll show you that in a second. In fact, let's show you right now. I might need a volunteer for this, so stick your hand up if you fancy volunteering, and we'll get a mic runner around to you. Go ahead and pick one, mic runner. Thank you. So you can see here, I've got my Midjourney Discord open. And by the way, look, I'm hyper aware that we've glazed over the process of downloading Discord, creating an account, getting into Midjourney, all of that stuff. Happy to talk about that afterwards. The reason for glazing over it is that now there are so many great guides online of how to do this that you'll learn how to do it, I promise, in less than 5 minutes once you find a YouTube video, and we can link some as well. As you can see, the last thing I did before I legged it over here to get on stage was create this image, because I was missing one image. Because I specified version 5.2, I got a few extra options, right? The extra options are zooming out, a custom zoom, and also these arrows. And now what these arrows do, which I can maybe run in the background whilst I'm talking, is they actually will pan the image right or left, or up or down, which again is pretty amazing, because remember, that thing above or below this image it's created doesn't exist yet. So to be able to keep the image you have and then look around that world is pretty awesome. So what I'll do for now is I'm going to zoom out of this, and I'm just going to let it run in the background whilst I start a new prompt. I'm going to copy all of this. We have a person, right? Awesome, awesome. What was your name, sir?
Florian.
Florian, awesome. Okay, I'm just going to quickly type this in. So you start with /imagine, which to me sold me on the entire idea of generative AI from the moment I saw that that was what you type. So /imagine, and then I've just pasted the thing from above, and we're just going to tweak it. So let's start with an output. What are we looking for? I said landscape photography. What would you like, Florina?
An underwater image of Atlantis.
All right, so we're going to go for underwater photography. Right? And you said of what, sorry?
Atlantis, the
Atlantis, all right, I like this. This is cool. All right. The Lost World of Atlantis. All right, cool. In the background, I mean, you're not going to see elephants, so unless you want to, you can do that.
Maybe some unicorns?
Unicorns, all right, yes. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, let's say swimming unicorns. And anything else?
Some octopus with 10 arms.
Now, that's a good one because there is one interesting thing about Midjourney is that it sometimes just ignores numbers. So I'm going to put 10 arms. Let's see what happens. And then let's say, let me get rid of all this. For emphasizers, if you don't mind, I can help you out with this one. I'm just going to say blue core, just to give it that nice ocean feel. And then I'm going to leave the camera as is. You okay with that?
Yep.
Yeah? All right. You sure, Flo?
Yeah,
good?
good.
Yeah,
I'm
all
good.
right, let's go.
You can always tweak it later.
Okay, we can tweak it afterwards. Whilst that's happening, what you'll see here is that we've got 4 images that have been generated from me zooming out of my previous image. So as you can see, we can now, I'll just put this on the big one, we can basically choose from a few different permutations of that image. There's one with just one tree on it, there's one with a smaller tree on it, there's one with a tree sticking out the side, and some rocks and some trees. So I can just take one of these things, you know, and I can decide to upscale it, or I can ask it to create more variations. That will upscale in a couple of seconds. There you go. And now I've got the high resolution version of that image, and I can pop that into my slide if I want. Thusly, give me a second. I'm gonna get rid of that. I just want to show you how literally how easy it is. Oops, how easy it is to create these slides, right? I'll copy the image. How about that? Copy that. Now it's in there. I'm just going to quickly do it. This is just Keynote. This is where AI still doesn't work. And send that to the back. Boom. That's the same slide, right? And I could just replace the image as easily as that. Now let's go back to our guest speaker's image. What? Okay, cool. These are wild. Whoa, that is scary. All right, I'm going to go with the...
more than 10 arms.
I think Atlantis is definitely the lost city, as you can see here. And we can see why it's lost, given these images. I'm going to go with the slightly friendlier underwater fashion face, if that's okay, just so we don't freak out the kids online. We'll upscale that one. And that shows you really, really quickly how you can get pretty amazing photography, right? Or photorealistic images. Remember, it can't really be photography because it's something that doesn't exist underwater. Or does it? Here we go. I'll zoom out of that one just so you can see the end of that demo and see that, you know, I can take that image and do something new with it straight off the bat. So simple as that. I use that 9 times out of 10 for my photorealistic images. So I know that we've covered a lot of prompting in Midjourney. I'll leave you with that. So, you know, if there are any questions at the end, I'll be happy to take them. But when it comes to photography, that's pretty much how I do it. And I think 8 times out of 10, I receive a great result. So if I go back to my, my deck, the next thing I wanted to show you guys is how to design spaces. So you saw this image earlier. You saw it transform a little bit, right? You saw that I changed a few items in it. So again, earlier this morning, I created these, right? Timestamp, 9:59 a.m., just for the proof point. I created this image. So I can tweak that prompt if I want to within Midjourney, but I want to show you another tool here. Everybody knows what Photoshop is, Adobe Photoshop? Yeah? Maybe you guys have played around with it before, maybe you haven't. Typically, it takes a lot of skill, I find, or at least a lot of time spent on the actual app to, do anything interesting, or at least as good as some of the people I work with. That's all changed. So they have a new feature, some of you may have heard of, called generative fill, right? Generative fill kind of does the same thing as what I just showed you on the Zoom stuff, meaning you can create a white space around this room and zoom out, or you can extend it to the left or to the right. But actually, you can also change objects within the image, as simple as changing color, or you can go a step further and just change the entire thing. So what I did here, if I remember correctly, was I sort of said, there's no way that I'm going to be in a hotel room that does not have a screen, so I will put one here, right here. I'm terrible at drawing, as you can see, but I've tried to select this area here, and I'm just going to say large, flat screen, TV. You can see my fantasies are not that interesting. So here we go. This is going to now try and replace or insert into that space. We'll give it a second, because my computer needs an upgrade, Vishen. If I can get a new computer, that would be great. Yeah, you can see it's put a TV screen there. Now, if I run back over, it's not just that one screen, because you might not like that. It'll give you a couple of different options, right? So that one looks more realistic, so let's leave that one in there. Now, I might want to start getting into my interior decoration bag, of which there really is not one in real life. But let me say that up here, it feels like there should be a chandelier, otherwise what kind of hotel is this? Let's just say large chandelier and like teardrop, what do they call those things? Just glass? Crystals. Oh my God. You can see that I've been living in Premier Inn in the UK for too long. All right. Crystals. All right. So we're going to try and pop the chandelier on top, and you'll see there in a second, it's going to do that, hopefully, and give me a couple of options for that. And really, you can just go around and do this on the entire room, or anything that you generate. There's the chandelier. There's a slightly different one. That's a little bit too small for us. That's nice too. Maybe I should have picked a bigger area. But you can see very, very quickly, you can change individual objects. You can even change that entire city that this room exists in, as you saw on my previous transition. So that's Photoshop, and that's called generative fill. If you have a Photoshop subscription, or you have the app today, you can simply enroll for the beta, and that's available to you straight off the bat. I literally used one feature there. There's no, 10,000 hours involved at all. So that's how you design spaces, and we can go through that process if we have time at the end. I can show you a couple other ways to do that. The next thing I promised to teach you is editing marketing materials. So we just figured out we can generate images for marketing, photorealistic images. We just found out we can replace aspects of images using Photoshop. And I thought it would be fun to get a classic image like this and just screw around with it, right? I just picked this off Google as one of the most iconic advertising campaigns of all time. And I thought, what might we do with that today? So as you saw from the transition earlier, I replaced the thing in a hand with a water bottle. Now I'm going to try and do something different and unrehearsed, which always goes well. I'm going to say cup of coffee. So hopefully there'll be a convincing cup of coffee in a hand. Fingers are always interesting when we do this as well, to see what it does with those. And but you can have a lot of fun with it. I'll show you how straight off the bat, if you forgot a prop, for example, you can insert that prop. Oh, that's a nice. Oh, there we go. Milkshake, cold coffee. Very narrow coffees here. But you get the picture. I'm gonna go with the second one. Maybe that's some kind of like, that's a nootropic. That's a nootropic coffee, right? So now, I fancy that anyone with a nootropic coffee needs to be rocking some sunglasses. Vishen always goes at my neck when it comes to my glasses. He's like, when are you going to get some new glasses? So let's go with trendy sunglasses. I think they're pretty good. Yours are nice too, actually. Right, let's have a look. Trendy sunglasses. I'm interested about the black and white here, actually. Ooh. Yes. Cool. Wish she had a QR code. He's scanning that. Right, okay. So that was very quick way of me showing you how to edit marketing materials. I also like to use a tool called Canva, where it's really quick and easy to start adding elements to that, right? So I've shown you the Photoshop thing twice. But what about if we want to start creating entire engaging worlds and spaces? Like, how far can we take this? So I discovered a tool recently, which is really cool. And embarrassingly, there's now a video on the Mindvalley Instagram feed, which shows me showing off my half-baked bathroom, which my wife didn't thank me for. But this is a tool that, as we go around the rest of the house, I think we're going to be using. So I did this image here in Midjourney, right? But I was experimenting when I discovered this tool called Skybox AI. With Skybox AI, you can take an image like that, and you can pretty much drag it in, and you can sort of move around in it, which is pretty awesome. But you can see that it's not great, and it's a little bit skewed and stuff. So I thought, what else can this thing do? What about if it could generate its own spaces? So this is a demo space it generated, which is pretty amazing right off the bat. But let's try a similar prompt to what I typed in for that hotel room. And let's see if we can create something. So I'm going to try and create a hotel room with pastel furniture. Yeah, let's just stick with that. And look, you can see there are many different types of virtual spaces, environments you can create. So this could be used for game design. This could be used for VR headsets if you're looking to make an immersive experience. So I'm going to go with realistic and see what that creates. It can take something that you threw together from one, now that you understand it, maybe a fairly simplistic interface where you're creating photorealistic spaces for event design, home renovation, or even games that you're designing, and it can turn that into a 3D space with a URL that you can send to somebody and show them literally on their phone. If they have a VR headset, they can navigate it like a VR 360 video, and all of a sudden you're able to bring to life the thing that you're trying to convey. Give us a second. There we are. So now I said pastel colors. Let's just let it give us a tour, right? As you can see, it's now showing us around the room, maybe past the curtains. And you can see it's a hotel room with pastel colors. And you can get really deep on this. You can start adding prompts the size of the ones that Vishen was showing you to get really intricate. But a really interesting tool to go in from a 2D image, or rather just text, to a 2D image, to replacing items in the 2D image, to exploring the space. That's pretty amazing to me. Cool. You guys with me still? You enjoying it? All right, cool. So next one was, if I'm not mistaken, making your own soundtrack. So I do make music, and I'm not a super gifted musician, I promise. I'm like probably in the lowest 2% of musicians in the world. I can't really play any instrument that well. I make music with computers, and I've been doing it for a long time. But it really, like Photoshop, it requires you to master, a specific software or tool set, and it takes a long time. And then on top of that, you have to have good ideas, right? In my opinion, anyway. Like, you get to a point where you're only really going to listen to the song if it sounds good and has a certain level of polish. So I've spent a long time doing that. But of course now, as you guys may have read, there are certain platforms. Google has recently released something called Music LM, which allows you to, with a text prompt, just like we do in Midjourney, create something that sounds pretty damn good pretty quickly. So this morning, when I was thinking, I should really do a demo when it comes to sound and music, but after Jasmine's session yesterday, I definitely don't want to use the Drake and Weeknd voice model that I've spent hours creating. I better do something different. So the something different was in Google LM, and that track that you heard when it was zooming out of that girl's face, I think is this one. Yeah, I think it's that one. So that was generated just by me typing the words soulful R&B beat with horns and piano. So another volunteer who wants to make their own tune right now. Someone over here, maybe? So one rule on Google LM, because Jasmine scared the shit out of them, is that you cannot mention a musician's name. So we can't say it in the style of Michael Jackson anymore. You used to be able to, but you can't anymore. But go ahead, sir. What was your name, and what would you like to type in?
My name is Santosh, and a hip-hop music with salsy stuff on it.
Sassy stuff.
Yeah.
I like that. All right. Yeah. Yeah. All right. You mind if I add a couple? Maybe we collaborate? Yeah. All right. I'm going to say flutes, and you strike me as a maybe a Rhodes kind of guy, right? Let's see what
Maybe we
comes
can
up.
add with 180 tempo.
Okay, let's try tempo. I've tried tempo before, and it doesn't quite get that right because of I think the way that it currently categorizes its libraries. But good try. Let's give it a shot.
Sure.
See what it throws up. Oops, can't generate that. Maybe it's because of the tempo. Should we try that again? And let me get rid of. Oh, maybe let's get rid of the word stuff. Oh, I know why it won't do it. Anyone want to guess? Sassy. We got to keep it. We got to keep it PG, man. Let's go with hip hop music with jazzy. Yeah, with jazzy vibe, flutes and Rhodes. Let's try that. Yeah, it's not great at telling you why. Okay, still doesn't like us. All right, let's just do a quick refresh. Sign it. Yeah, I'm signed in. Okay, let's try that again. So we said hip hop beat with jazzy vibe and flutes. And if this doesn't work, then Google doesn't like us. Google doesn't like us. I'll show you that demo later. Say again? Let's try drop the Y. And vibe. This gentleman should be up here. Was it? Thank you, sir. Wow. I switched to the second track. Okay. I think that was more the sass you were looking for on that one. So very, very quickly though, I mean, I went through 3 or 4 cycles, found something I liked, and then I'll show you what I did. You know, I took that download actually. I have it here saved somewhere. You can see it's called AI Test Kitchen Soulful R&B Beat with horns and piano, right? That was the prompt I typed in. This is not an AI tool, as you can see. This is a very complicated music-making software. Well, it's not that complicated. It's something I illegally downloaded once when I was 16 and never looked back. I pay for it now, don't worry. And I downloaded that file, and as you can see, I'm just going to show you here, the thing that you're looking at here, maybe which you recognize, is a waveform. And what I'll do is I'll just drag in that file to show you right now that it's the same waveform, right? I just shortened it and cut it and whatever to make it fit. And what I did here, essentially, was I took that file that it composed for me, and just with whatever knowledge I have in the space of, as you saw, I literally made that 2 o'clock or something when just before I was on my way down here. With a little knowledge I have around making music and happen to have this software. If you don't, there's this tool called Splice that you can log into for free, and you can drag this in and edit stuff there, or in Canva, which I mentioned. But I like to be a bit more intricate for no reason, and I thought, on its own, this just sounds like this. 1 second, sorry. On its own, this just sounds like this. Sorry. Here we are. That's what you heard from Google LM, yes? I just didn't want to play that loop for you, although I thought that might be, I mean, again, I was being pedantic. Maybe it was already impressive enough. But I just thought, nah, let's make it feel like it kind of like grows into the song, right? So I dragged that in, and all I did was I chopped off the end there to give it a bit of swing and flavor, and then I just added one effect, I think, or 2 effects maybe. Yeah, I added a filter, a reverb, and a delay. Filter is basically the thing that makes it sound like it's underwater. Anybody like Drake? Basically all of Drake's music. And yeah, and then reverb, which kind of adds a bit of an echo, or similarly to what you're hearing on me right now. And a delay, which is like the ta, 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 right? So I added those three things. This little curve here just represents keep all of those effects and then drop it off at this point, right? And this is how it sounds. And you'll see the dial go down here if you look carefully at where my mouse is. And voila, right? So that's all I did. It took me 2 seconds. And then finally, what I did was drag that file into a final tool that I'll show you called Runway ML, oh sorry, to Canva. Drag those two files in, and one of them was the video that I created using this thing, Runway ML. I basically went into Midjourney, used the zoom out feature, zoomed out a bunch of times, dragged all of those pictures into this project, and after I dragged them into this project, it created a video for me. And as you can see, that's the video you saw. Internet's kind of slowing us down a little bit here, but you've seen the video before. And just to show you, all I did was type in that prompt and zoom out, and zoom out, and zoom out. And I used something called custom zoom, which basically instead of 2 times zooming out, I just put 1.25 instead. And that just meant it was like a smaller increment of zoom, right? So I get all the frames. Anybody filmmaker here? Or anybody edited video? Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. Rather than zooming all the way out and then it's difficult to get a clean transition, I just zoomed out a little bit each time, got 10 images out, and I'll show you, it's on my desktop right now. It's called MVU add, right? These are the images. I just saved them to my desktop. I dragged them into this tool called Runway ML. And in Runway ML, all you need to do is you just tell it that you want to do this thing called frame interpolation. It's literally an option, right? It's this thing called frame interpolation. Clicked that, picked the images I want, dragged them in here, and before I knew it, it generated that video for me. I grabbed that video, came into Canva, drag and drop, quite literally, and drag and drop of the audio that I exported, which is called Can You See, because it sounds like it says Can You See at the end, right? Pop that in there, and yeah, it created the image for me, the video for me. I hit share, I hit download, and it downloaded it. And I really want to pretend like I made a lot of effort for this deck, but I just dragged it into this and pressed play, and it worked. So that is how you can literally make your own soundtrack. You can make your own ad, actually, and you can just make really interesting content very, very quickly with a handful of tools. Most of those things we could run through right now on stage. I'm conscious of time. We only have 3 minutes left. So I just want to end on one note, if I might. When I was a kid, going back to the beginning, I wanted to be a musician so badly. I was geeking out on music all the time. I also was geeking out on technology. I got to the age of, I think it was 17 or so, and I told my dad, who is a first-generation South Asian male in the UK, that I found a new course. It's an engineering course. It's called sound engineering. And he sort of just looked at me blankly. And I was like, yeah, it's great. I think I can do it, right? It's a degree. And he was like, how about this? How about you go and do software engineering, like I think you should do, or I'll buy you a guitar and you can play it at the train station, and if you're able to pay your rent, then it's all love. I became a software engineer, as you know, and it took me 15 years, really, to kind of continue banging on my craft of wanting to be a music maker, and made musical instruments, and made the very same tools that musicians use to make music. Still never got like infinitely better, but I managed to build a career in music. I managed to get the iPhone 14 ad. I managed to sign with Universal Music. I managed to now have songs with some of the folks that you saw. And I think along the way, I always think about how technology has helped me. and why I'm such an optimist and so not afraid of where we're at with this kind of wave of new tools today. And I was fascinated as a kid with science and physics, and I remember this one experiment which everyone here knows about when you shine the white light through a prism and you see all of the spectrum of different colors. I kind of think about individuals that way. We're always asked the question, what is it you do? And you kind of immediately go into a mode of sort of trying to like aggregate all of the things that you're actually capable of doing into a single sentence answer, which is usually something along the lines of, I'm the Chief Product Officer of Mindvalley. I build products for Mindvalley, right? And I just think that, first of all, I'd like to thank Vishen because he always celebrates the colors of everybody in the business, but also it's great to know that now all of us have the opportunity to explore all of those colors and find that exact mixture and spectrum of different skills and hobbies and interests that we have and exercise all of them and utilize them to form what you might call that white light, that one single sentence that you could use to describe yourself. In my case, I make cool stuff. So what I would like to urge you all to do, and I love my dad, I know he's watching live right now, and he's super proud, but I would urge you all to get rid of that word or, just replace the or with an and hopefully we can all make cool stuff together. Cheers. I can't see the time. Any questions? Anyone have a question? We have time for one? I think there's just one over here.
Thank you. My name is Marina. I'm really passionate about AI and music. And by the way, my brother, he's a musician. So he composes and sing and play everything that you can imagine.
That I can't do, what you meant to say, yeah.
But actually, he's really, really shy and really proud. Like, I want to build everything by my own.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your advice for good musicians, but also shy and proud people?
Thanks for the question. So, I mean, I think where AI, I guess, just to keep it sort of on topic, I think I am shy in music for a different reason because I can't do any of the things that your brother can do. So for me, I think this is a superpower, right? I'm really using this, and again, this goes way beyond music for anybody who feels they have great ideas but is not necessarily great at using a certain software to create convey your idea visually. If you have a marketing brain but you work in engineering, how do you convey that you're a marketeer? Now you can use these tools to do so. For your brother, I think it's like, he's an instrumentalist and a singer maybe, and maybe completing the songs and having them ready to push out. There are mastering tools, mixing tools for musicians that are all AI driven, where you can just drag in your song and it will make it sound polished, it will make it sound ready to go. Splice has some of those, and there are others, which I'm happy to talk to you about. But yeah, I would say that honestly, these are the tools that I think are going to allow us to experiment and explore in those areas more, and maybe hopefully remove some of that shyness that many of us have. Okay. Any last questions? There is one over here, just there, and then I think we run out of time after that.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. My name is Gazelle. I have a question because regarding to the sounds making, and if you, for example, you told, please make a song with jazz or something, but if I have something special in my mind, for example, I write a song, or I want a special rhythm, how can I do that?
Great question. So there is, so yes, what I showed you guys today, assuming majority of people here are not music makers, was how you can use language, right? And again, it doesn't matter which language you can speak. You guys know how to use Google Translate. You can get that prompt in there and you can get something decent out, unless you're looking for sassy jazz hip hop, which we found out earlier. But to answer your question, Facebook or Meta have something similar to Google LM. The name escapes me, and I'm happy to share, or I'll add it to the link that you saw earlier. But in their version of Google LM, and there'll be many more to come, you can literally drag and drop an MP3 of a melody, or something you sang into your phone, or something you beatboxed into your phone if it's a rhythm, and you can get something pretty good out, and it will actually use that as a reference, much like in Midjourney, how if you put a URL of an image, it will use it as a reference to, to create music. Separately from that, there is, if you're a bit more of a musician and you want to go beyond this web-based generative AI, there's something called Vocler, VOCLR, and that is actually a microphone that you can buy, an AI-powered microphone, which you can plug in to a piece of software which they give you, and you can literally hum melodies, you can beatbox, you can bang a table, whatever you want to do, and it will translate that into music and even a genre of your choice. So I hope that helps. Okay, guys, I think I've overstayed my welcome. Thank you for your time. Cheers, see you around.
Thank you so much, Manon. Okay. I give you a moment to think about what is the next cool thing you're about to build, you're about to launch, you're about to create. You have one. Okay. Now we shift gears a little bit. This next presenter, Domenic Ashburn, goes by the name Mr. Grateful, and which I think is pretty cool. And as I was studying and getting to know the kind of cool stuff that he does, one of the cool projects that he launched was he went on Instagram and he said, hey, you know what? I'm going to hire ChatGPT 4 as my social media consultant. You're going to tell me exactly what scripts to say. This is my content, and gave smart prompts. And I will do exactly as you say. And I want to see how fast can you help me organically get 100,000 followers organically. He hit that goal in 22 days. That's the kind of crazy projects that he does, and he's going to be breaking it down tomorrow in detail, this specific project. He's one of the most sought out creative strategists in the world. His private media company, Theta, has worked with clients like NFL, Nike to create their creative strategies, digital content media strategies. He's worked with Meta with their AI department, and his current project, this is another cool, crazy one that he told me he's just working on now, is how can you create $1 million business in 100 days? Does that sound interesting to you guys? Yeah? Are you guys ready? Okay, so please help me welcome Domenic Ashburn on stage. Give him a huge round of applause.
Let me get my computer set up, and then we'll get to it. Okay, thank you. Thank you all for being here. Wow, it has been a journey to get on this stage right now. And we're gonna make history today. Are you ready for that? Okay. Well, I know it's been a long journey for you to be here sharing this moment with me. It's been a long journey for me as well. Like he just said, I hired ChatGPT to be my social media agent back in March. And since then, my entire life has changed completely. I went from 3,000 followers to 300,000 followers in a month. And, when you think about a metric like that, when you don't have it, you just see this person as kind of untouchable. But when it happens to you in a month, a lot of things change. People speak to you differently. They start asking for your time differently, asking for your money, for your cosign, for your brand. And it's kind of stressful. And then Vishen reached out, and he asked me to come on here and talk to you. And what it seems like is this would be kind of the climax of everything. But I'm kind of realizing that this is like it's that moment of stillness, actually. And I'm very grateful to share it with you. And you guys all actually look really smart and kind of nerdy. I was expecting you to be in like boho clothing and like kind of hungover from yesterday. So I had a meditation set up for us to do. And I'm not really sure if that's your vibe, but is that your vibe? Are you cool with that? All right, it's just 5 minutes. It's just 5 minutes. It's a gratitude meditation. Because before all of this happened, I was listening to Vishen's 6-stage meditation and visioning myself doing this. It's kind of my way of giving back to that and enjoying this moment with you on the stage in Mindvalley style. So if you're cool with that, we can get into it. Just a few minutes, okay? That allows you. I don't think you can hear that, can you? I didn't think so.
As we prepare to engage with this present moment, let's cultivate a deep sense of gratitude. Find a position that allows you to relax. Close your eyes or soften your gaze and take a deep breath in, then gently exhale. We'll start by expressing thanks for the safe travels that brought us here. Thank you for the journeys that unfolded smoothly, for the safe arrivals, for the opportunity to gather here in this special place, far from our everyday lives. Next, let's thank our journey. Each step that led us here, every stumble that taught us resilience, every leap of faith that propelled us forward. Thank you, journey, for guiding me safely to this point, to this room, to this shared moment. Thank you. To those who didn't believe in us, I deeply express my gratitude for the doubters. Your doubt ignited a fire within us, made us work harder, strive further. You gave us a reason to prove ourselves, and in doing so, we found our strength. To our supporters, thank you. For those beautiful people believed in us when we struggled to believe in ourselves. Your support, your faith in our abilities, provided a foundation for us to build upon. Remember those friends who were part of our journey, but are no longer with us. Thank you. To the friends we've parted ways with, you were part of our story, and we honor the role you played in shaping who we are today. Now, let's give thanks for the connections being forged in this room. Thank you for the new relationships blossoming around me, for the smiles, the shared stories, the potential of each new connection. Feel the energy of the people around you. Every heartbeat, every breath. Imagine the parties, the laughter, the shared stories, the shared moments that will become cherished memories. Thank you, celebration, for reminding us of the joy in connection, the beauty in shared experiences. Express gratitude to Vishen, who brought us all together in this space. Thank you, Vishen, for your vision, your leadership, your relentless pursuit of growth and understanding. Acknowledge the hardworking team members of Mindvalley, the architects of this experience. Thank you, Mindvalley team, for your tireless efforts, your dedication for making all of this possible. As we sit here in the present moment, let's express gratitude for now. Thank you for the air filling my lungs, for the ground beneath my feet, for the pulse in my veins that affirms I am alive, here, now. Reflect on the new knowledge, the wisdom gleaned, the perspectives broadened. Thank you, wisdom, for your infinite depth, for constantly challenging and evolving us. A big thank you to the city hosting us. Talon, thank you for your welcoming streets, your historic charm, your vibrant spirit. You provide a beautiful space for our shared experiences. Lastly, look ahead to the life of happiness that awaits us, a life that starts in this moment. Thank you, future, for the abundance you hold, for the joy, the growth, the experiences yet to come. As we embrace gratitude, we open ourselves to all the blessings already present in our lives and those yet to come. Hold on to this feeling, this warmth of gratitude. Take a deep breath in and let it out. Carry this gratitude with you as you open your eyes and step forward into the beauty of your journey.
Thank you, everybody. How we feel? We feel good? All right. Thank you for taking that time with me. Now we can get into it. So, how many of you here have seen a movie about artificial intelligence or super robots? Something like that. Yeah? Okay. Lower your hand if the robot or the AI was the villain of the movie. Most of us. Okay. So, I feel like a little bit we've been programmed to dislike the technology, to program to fear something that I think can actually help us, something that helped me. And I started off with a meditation also to kind of break down our barriers, break down our biases about what this technology can actually do. You guys made history today because you just meditated to the first AI-generated meditation here at Mindvalley. The meditation was not recorded by me. It was a generation of my voice. And it was not scripted by me. It was scripted by ChatGPT. And in this way, we can start to use AI as humanistic AI. AI that's designed specifically to help human beings live better, more mindful lives. It's not just for business, for increasing our margins, for saving time. It can be used to help us actually live better and more mindful lives. And this is just one of the examples that I'm using it in my life. And today I'm actually going to teach you how I generated that meditation, how you can clone your own voice, and how you can also create some of these beautiful visuals that I'm showing here today as supplement. All of these are generated by artificial intelligence, by text prompts, and they can accompany your meditations that you generate. They can help you to produce movies. They can just help you with content if you're trying to do something similar to me and have AI help you to build your brand online. Are you ready to learn about that? All right. So a month ago, I got this email, and it was like, hey, Domenic, Mr. Grateful, we want to clone you. I was like, finally. I can go take a nap while my Dom number 2 goes and makes my content. And they were like, no, really, actually, that's kind of going to be the case. All you have to do is send us some of your voice, and you can have a Dom number 2 that's going to help you make content. I was like, okay, let's see. So I was in high anticipation of what this was actually going to turn out like. And it was actually much easier than I expected, and it's something that all of you can do here today. And there are safety guidelines in place so that you are not having your voice stolen or used for anything improper. There's obviously ethical concerns about that, which I'll get into. So literally, the first thing that I did was record my voice, and I put it into the website of the company that reached out to me called 11 Labs. And you can take a picture of that. It is 11labs.io. And when you go up to the top in Voice Lab is where you're able to reach this screen right here. And all you do is go over to add a generative or cloned voice. And then it'll give you 4 options. The top option is voice design. Now, this is literally just generating voices through text prompts. So you can tell the AI what type of voice you want, what it's going to sound like, the gender, the pitch, those things. And it will randomly generate voices for you. The second is instant voice cloning. And this is something that's available to everybody, and that does not require any verification. You can go in there with about 30 seconds of somebody's voice recording and generate a decent voice that's about 70% accurate. Voice library is where all of the voices that you guys generate, you can find each other's voices that you generate there if you choose to share it publicly. And then professional voice cloning. And that is what I used to generate the voice for the meditation that we did today. And when we click in there, you literally just go in and drag and drop your voice into the upload box at the top. And once you do that, it'll add it as a sample at the bottom. And then you just click Create Professional Voice. And then there is my voice right there, available to use. So when I click Use, I can then go in there and add any text that I like. But then once you get your actual voice and once you go through this process and you start using it, you're going to be stuck at that box, that empty canvas for a moment. Like, what do I have myself say? It's a weird thing to hear your voice for the first time when it's not you speaking it. It deepens your relationship with this technology in some ways, and it complicates it as well. So this moment right here is going to be strange when you first get here. So I used another AI tool to help me out with that. And I dove into ChatGPT. I just thought, what would Mr. Grateful say other than thank you? And I asked ChatGPT if it could help me out with that. So I went in and I created a new chat, and I went over to ChatGPT 4. And before we go any further, like, why do we use 4 instead of 3.5? Has that been explained at all? Okay. So ChatGPT 4 has much more advanced reasoning abilities. It's a bit slower to use, however, it's more creative and it can actually reason with you. And I want to give you an example of that and try to have you play along and see if you can answer as quickly as ChatGPT 4 answered. I'll give you a riddle. So there's a man named Michael. He's from the United States. And he's at a famous museum where he's looking at one of the most famous paintings in the world. And the artist of the painting reminds him of his favorite character from his favorite TV show as a child. What is the origin of the object that that character holds in his hand? Does anybody have an answer? ChatGPT 3 kind of just gave up and it was like, Pikachu? That is not even the question. But ChatGPT 4 correctly guessed, I'd say not guessed, it correctly reasoned Japan. Michael is likely at the Louvre, and he's looking at the Mona Lisa. And the Mona Lisa was painted by Leonardo da Vinci. And all of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are named after famous painters. Leonardo holds ninja swords in his hand, and those are typically originated in Japan. This is an example of how ChatGPT 4 can take information from multiple domains with very vague information and give you an answer. This is why we use 4 over 3. This is why it's the best $20 I've ever spent in my life. Now, I do not work for OpenAI or ChatGPT. I'm just saying that I would rather have ChatGPT 4 in my life than $20 every month, or 4 coffees, or anything that I spend $20 on. I would live in one less bedroom apartment to be able to use ChatGPT 4. So I went into ChatGPT 4 and I told it who it's supposed to be to generate this meditation for you today. This is the initial prompt that I used. Now, the initial prompt is the very first prompt that you give ChatGPT anytime you start a new thread. And if you notice here on the left, I have business terms GPT, domain GPT, dictionary GPT, threads GPT. I've already started training a GPT on how to use Instagram's new Threads app. Meditate GPT, Premiere Pro. Every single topic in my life that I study or that I improve my life with, I have a separate thread for it. This keeps ChatGPT's memory sharp, and it keeps all the information it gives me relevant to what I'm trying to learn or talk about. So I created a Meditate GPT, and I told it who it's supposed to be and what it's supposed to do. And I just let it know what was up. It's like, I'm giving a talk in Tallinn. We're supposed to be, like talking about AI, but I want to give a meditation. And I just kind of want to thank everybody for being here and share some gratitude in Mindvalley and Mr. Grateful style. I was like, all right, let's do it. I'll give you a 10-minute talk. And then my girl was like, yo, 10 minutes is a long time, Dom. Like, that's a long meditation. I was like, all right, I'll break it down to 5 minutes. And it did. And this is the meditation that it came up with, and it's the same one that you joined me on today. So I literally just took that, pasted it into the speech synthesis box, and I hit generate. And this is what was spoken.
As we prepare to engage with this present moment,
You already heard it.
let's cultivate a deep sense of gratitude.
This is the exact
Find a
generation
position that
that was
allows you to
from
relax.
that speech synthesis box. Just so you know I wasn't messing with you. So I want to talk to you about the different ways that you can actually use this in your life. And one of the ways that I use it is for creating content. Now, I know a lot of people talk to me and they say, yo, Dom, I know the importance of creating an online presence. I know the importance of working on my brand, of making content. I know it's going to bring me more followers, more money, more brand opportunities. I know it's going to bring me more friends. I'll be able to connect with more people. I'll have more status. I'll have a tribe. I know that it's good for me. But I do not want to show my face on camera. It's like, it's a bunch of equipment. I don't know if I have the right camera. I don't feel like editing content. It's just a lot. I don't feel like doing that. Well, speech synthesis through AI helps you to create content without having to have your face on camera. And I also want to relieve you. Some of the best brands on earth don't have their face as their brand. Daft Punk, Sia. I'm sure you guys have heard of like Naval. He makes a lot of interesting content. Dan Coe. These people just have animations basically with a voiceover on their Instagrams, and they have millions of followers. You can do the same thing now using AI for the visuals and the voiceover. So one of the ways that you can do this is by, actually, let me break down what Runway is for you. So this app right here is called Runway. If you're using it on your device, or if you're using it on your laptop, it's gonna be at runwayml.com, okay? They also have an app. And through this app, you can generate videos with text prompts. Very similarly to how Manon was showing you with image generation, you can do this with video. And all of the videos that I've had up so far are generated with AI, with this app right here that you can have on your phone. Now, you basically pay for credits. So it's about 5 credits for every second of footage that you produce. And each generation produces 4 seconds of AI-generated video. However, before you actually spend those credits, it'll give you 4 previews of the video that you're actually going to generate. You can pick which one, and only then will you be charged for it. If you don't like any of those previews, you just move on and change your text prompt. But what you can use this for is for creating visuals to create social media content that can actually hook people with beautiful visuals, as long as you have a good headline as well. So I could post this right here on my Instagram, and just have my subtitles of my voice going over that. And you can do it for a range of different topics or industries, like biohacking for busy mothers, like generating meditations with AI, or you could even sponsor your first movie if you are Christopher Nolan and you want to generate some content for your upcoming movie that is coming out. But I do understand that thinking about having your voice generated from content on the internet, this kind of means that anybody can do it, right? I mean, if you do have your face on anything and you're speaking on the internet, as long as you have 30 seconds, somebody could go on there, screen record your video, throw it into this app, and then make you say something, regardless of what it is, even with 70% accuracy. And if that's over the phone, that can be scary. There is an instance of a woman getting a call from her little brother, screaming and crying to her that he needed money as ransom because he needed to be rescued. And she almost fell for it. She almost sent money to this number, and she was traumatized because she thought that a loved one of hers was in danger. And this is a real threat that is happening with this technology right now that you need to be aware of. One of the things that I'm doing myself with my friends and family to protect us from that is I simply have a random 5-word code that I have within my group chat. We all have that group chat where it's just like your friends, and then you have a family group chat. You can just text them and say, hey guys, look, I learned about this new technology. It's real. They can clone our voices. And if that happens, just ask us over the phone what our 5-digit code is. And you can make any random words up. It can be ethics, eternal, use cases, rain, and data, you know? And as long as your internal group knows that, nobody will be able to hack that. It's in your internal text messages that should not be hackable, as long as you're using Apple or any good Google phone. And this is a way that I'm protecting myself, so that if somebody is calling us, calling me, calling one of my friends, and we're skeptical about it, we can verify the information immediately and not get tricked out of our money or out of our emotional debt as well. Another way that this technology is being secured, should have made a slide for that one, right? Another way that this is being secured is, there is not a slide for it, but there is a verification tool that you have to go through with the professional voice cloning. If you choose professional voice cloning, you have to go through a voice verification process. And this is because the professional voice cloning is like 99% there. You heard my voice repeated back to you. It's very close. So for this, you have to have usage rights. You have to have the IP basically over your own voice. You have to prove that it is you. And you do this by sending in a section of your own voice repeating words that they tell you to repeat. And in this way, you can verify your voice. They can verify your voice. And this is actually the future of security. When you're calling your bank, when you're calling anybody about sensitive information, you'll actually be verifying yourself through your voice. The same way that we do with our fingerprints on iPhone or with our Face ID on iPhone, we will now be able to do this with our voices. To be able to generate voice also means that we have to recognize the patterns within our individual voice patterns. And in this way, we can reverse engineer it and figure out if you are really who you say you are. And this is something that you can expect to be seeing and using when you call a bank or any other institution that has sensitive information about you. And let me just run through this entire deck. But I gotta be honest with you, I wasn't really worried about any of that when I first got this technology. The very first thing I did when I got access to this technology was I tried to clone my dad's voice. I just wanted to hear his voice again. And I went through 10 years of photos, 10 years of Facebook posts, and nothing. He didn't have any long-form voice recordings of himself at all. Well, that's not true. He was a rapper, and he made, in his prime, he made rap songs, and hearing him like, I miss you, Dom. Ugh. It just wasn't hitting for me. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't it. I needed something a little deeper. But it got me thinking, in the future, will my kids be able to speak to me when I'm gone? Will my grandkids be able to speak to me when I'm gone? Will they be able to ask me the questions? Will they be able to still get my wisdom and my knowledge even if I'm not physically here anymore? And now that you understand that this technology is real, now that's a question you have to ask yourself. It exists. Choosing not to do it is also a choice because you see now how it works. Your loved ones actually could speak to you again if they wanted to, if you cloned your voice and if you gave them access to that. Now, I know that some people probably, a lot of people see the good side in this for sure, This can save years of somebody's life through guilt and shame and sorrow and grieving. You could get closure with that person. Just to tell them I love you one more time, just to tell them you're sorry, to tell them you miss them, and maybe even to hear it back. That's real. And then on the other side, of course, some people believe that the last time should be the last time. Grieving is a normal human emotion and process that we have to go through. And to use a technology like this, to throw it in there and just mess all of it up, what is that going to do? What is that going to do to our hearts and our minds? Is it the right thing to do? That's kind of for you to decide on your own now that you have the choice. And it's a question that I would consider pondering for a bit and figuring out if it's something that you would want to do or at least experiment with. But once you get to that empty box and you hear yourself talk back to you, the answer will become more clear. But I do want to show you some other use cases, super deep, mindful use cases that have been used, like Cutie Karen. She's an AI girlfriend that you can go on there and talk to as if she were your girlfriend or your spouse. She is through Telegram. At one point, she was making $70,000 a week from this. She charges $1 per minute, and she has 20,000 members on there. And people are paying to speak to their artificial intelligence girlfriend of a human that really does exist, but it's just not her talking to you. They trained it on over 2,000 hours of her answering questions, of her talking, and not only were they able to clone her voice, but they were also able to clone her syntax, the words that she chooses, how she chooses the words, her behavior, how she tends to respond to the different questions and statements that you say to her. But before we go past that, it's important to know also that the company who did this is called Forever Voices. And what they do is they get influencers, they get people with brands and status, and they will license their voice out so that they can sell it in this way. And if any of you have brands, if any of you have a public image, this is something that you're going to have to consider in the future as well. Hollywood and other companies like this are going to approach you asking if you would like to license your voice. Essentially, you could be doing meetings and movies and podcasts and book narrations all without actually having to be there. All you have to do is sign off on it, and now you have some content being produced by a studio across the world. This is also something that you're going to need to think about yourself if this is something that you would want to do, if it makes sense for your brand or for your career. But you need to understand your rights. Another use case is speaking to people that I would probably never otherwise get the chance to talk to. I was able to have a conversation with Bill Gates. I asked him about his thoughts on AI, and this is what he had to say. Nothing, apparently.
Artificial intelligence would ever identify inequity and try to reduce it. If it did recognize inequity, what would it suggest that we do about it?
Y'all good now? I'm going to restart it. All right. Okay, so yeah, I was able to clone Bill Gates. That's actually an AI-generated image of Bill Gates. And I used a tool called DID to animate his face to the voice.
Globally, the worst inequity is in health. It's interesting to think about whether artificial intelligence would ever identify inequity and try to reduce it. If it did recognize inequity, what would it suggest that we do about it? In the United States, the best opportunity for reducing inequity is to improve education. It will know your interests. It will measure your understanding, notice when you're losing interest, and understand what kind of motivation you respond to. The digital divide will need to be addressed so that students in low-income households do not get left behind. Advances in AI will enable the creation of a personal agent. You'll be able to use natural language to have this agent help you with scheduling, communications, and e-commerce, and it will work across all your devices. I'm Bill Gates. Peace.
So this is an example of me using Bill Gates' voice without really his knowledge and creating this video. It can be done, and it can be done to you as well. I did sign off so that I was able to do that. But the words that he said are his words. He wrote a paper called The Age of AI where he talked about artificial intelligence and his thoughts on it. And I pulled some quotes from that, and I put it into 11 Labs, voice cloning, cloned his voice, threw it in there, had him speak back, and I generated an image using Midjourney that Manon taught you. And then I put both the voice recording and that image into a tool called DID. And it's like D/ID, and that tool matched the animation of his face with the words that were being spoken. But the topic of what he's saying is more important: inequity. Inequity in health and inequity in education. Now, inequity in health is very important, and AI can actually step in and help here. So the other day I went into an Apple store, and what was I trying to get? I was trying to get some headphones or something, irrelevant. And I walked in, and the genius that helped me, he was deaf. And I didn't realize he was deaf until he showed me his iPad. He was using an iPad, and he was doing sign language to the iPad, and there was another Apple genius on the other side, and then they were speaking to me what he was doing in sign language. So we were using a digital interface to translate from somebody with a hearing disability to me. And in this way, though, he then had to rely on a screen or a computer and another human being to be able to get through his day, to be able to get through work. I mean, I guess I kind of do too, but he can communicate. He has to communicate through somebody else. And I'm sure that having a hearing disability in that way and not having the independence to just speak to somebody using your own language can probably be pretty frustrating. I'm traveling internationally right now, and there's been times where I've had a language barrier, and I can't imagine that being basically everywhere that I went, no matter what language the person is speaking. That can be incredibly frustrating. So AI can step in here and help us. What if he was able to sign language and then speak in his voice, have a device that spoke in his voice to me without having another person there? And this actually is possible. And there are some technologies that I know about, that I'm going to teach you about, that are coming together to make this a reality. One of them is called Humane AI Pen. Humane is a company founded by two former product designers from Apple. And that little chip that you see on his shirt right there, that is artificial intelligence in an incredibly small device. and it has a camera, it has a microphone, and it has a speaker. And it is able to recognize objects and movements in his field of vision. And it identifies the objects that are there, the people, and the microphone is identifying the languages being spoken and who is speaking. And in this way, my friend at Apple would then be able to sign in front of this device and have it speak in his voice back to me. And you can watch the full breakdown of this technology on a TED Talk. He does a great job of breaking this technology down. And another really cool feature of this is that it does have projection as well. So he's able to basically remove a screen completely from his life with this device and use any surface at all as a touchscreen using this artificial intelligence device. But for now, we'll just focus on the health benefits of this. So what's happening here is this is technology that was created by Meta, and this is called multimodal artificial intelligence. Now, multimodal basically just means multiple models. So Midjourney, for example, what that's showing you is an image model. It's trained on a bunch of images. You give it text, and then it produces image back for you. You have text models. This is like ChatGPT, like Bard, like Claude. And you give it text, and it produces text. But then you have these other 4 over here: depth, heat map, IMU, which is motion, and audio. And audio is where this would come in handy. You would actually be able to, you'll be able to translate any of these other models just through one of the other models. So for example, you could look up images using audio, which is something that we do already. You can ask Siri, show me pictures of cats. However, you can also do the inverse. You could look for audios by using pictures. And this is where this technology would come in. So it would recognize the hand movements that are happening in front of the camera. It'll reverse engineer it into audio to then generate back. And when you start to get these other models integrated in, is when you can create immersive experiences, true virtual reality, immersive experiences that will change entertainment and life altogether in the coming years. I won't dive too deeply into it, but this exists. We are now able to search and generate any of these 6 modalities through any of the other 6 modalities. And we do this as humans already. If the word modalities and stuff is kind of like thrown over your head. For example, us humans already do this. So let's say from the word train, if I just say the word train to you, you can create an image in your head of what a train looks like. And you can also imagine the sound that a train may have. Right now, you can generate a sound of a train honking in your brain. At the same time, you can also imagine the direction and the speed that the train may be moving based on that sound, how loud or quiet it is. Based on the information around it, like the weather, you'd be able to tell how hot or cold the train itself is or the weather around it. And then also the depth. This is how we are able to navigate our spatial surroundings. This is spatial intelligence. So humans are able to do this. We do it subconsciously without even thinking about it, like I just broke down. But this AI model is now able to do that as well. And it's how we're going to create more humanistic AI through devices like Humanes. And then there is education inequity. And education inequity is something that it's the reason why I grew from 3K to 300K, was through education. I finally removed myself. I wasn't talking about myself anymore. I was just talking about simple, basic, practical steps and educating people on how to use this technology. And through education is how we can free ourselves. Through education is how we can actually create new things and share information. And I am trying to figure out how to take this to the next level. Right now, well, let me go back a bit. I went to design school. My design school looked very similar to that. It was my dream design school. My aunt went there. I was really looking forward to going to this school. Until about a year and a half in, and I remember laying my head on my bed at like 4 a.m., and I was so thankful that I was going to get 4 hours of sleep that night. And I just like popped up, and I was like, that is completely unhealthy. This is unsustainable. I am deteriorating. What I thought was my dream is actually really hurting me. One of the reasons was because I just didn't have the guidance. I went to school, and the professors are incredibly intelligent. They're top of the class, but they're dealing with a class of 30 other me's in there, confused, alone for the first time in the world, studying something that they haven't really studied before, already stressed out over the debt of student loans. You have all your kids and students around you, you know, smoking weed in the hallways and doing one-night stands. It's just a lot of distraction. And you need guidance. You need somebody there that's actually going to understand how you learn, what you need to learn, what you already know and what you don't know. What are the important dates to you? What are the things that you are already interested in, and what are you not interested in? This is something that my human professor was not able to do on their own for 30 kids, and that's just in one class. They have multiple other classes. Now, they teach this class, and then they have maybe a couple hours later in the day to answer questions through email. I myself and the other students, we just didn't have enough guidance to really get through the curriculum the way that we should have. It was 16-hour work days. One of my projects was literally to redraw a Leonardo da Vinci drawing, stroke by stroke. It was due tomorrow. And I'm like, this is not a sustainable way for me to be working without guidance. And in this way, I think that we can use AI to step in and help us with this. We can use AI to clone the voices of the human professors that we want to learn from, to learn their syntax and their behaviors, similarly to how Cutie Karen did. And we can then combine that with the superpowers of artificial intelligence, which is memory, speed, and generation, and automation. And when you combine these things, human and AI, you have an experience that can actually help students. Even me right here. I would love to clone myself for each one of you to be able to ask me questions and talk to after this. There's no way humanly possible that I could answer each one of your individual questions based on how you like to learn, based on what you want to learn, based on what your interests are. I couldn't do it. Physically incapable. But if I had an AI counterpart to me that was trained on me that you could then reach out to and ask these questions, you might actually get some more answers that you wouldn't have been able to otherwise. This AI makes humans accessible to other humans. This is humanistic AI at its peak. We're creating accessibility to ourselves and to the resources that we need to learn, share information, and educate ourselves, which I think is how we can solve education inequity, and it's what I'm working on right now. Thank you very much for your early applause. I'm Domenic, Mr. Grateful. Peace. Should I go answer questions? Or should I go?
Thanks, Tom. Thank you. Okay.
Should I go ask questions?
How was it? Yeah?
Answer questions.
Did you guys learn something? Right. As I mentioned in the beginning, today was all about creativity and creation. And now, we're going to move and shift gears into how does this transform your business? And how can you, reduce hiring and reduce your workforce by 40%. And for that, we'll get the founder of Mindvalley, Vishen back on stage, who's going to take you through that journey and explain how he has brought that wisdom, brought that expertise, and transforming his business of Mindvalley. He touched upon it on day one, but this is where we go deeper into that. Are you guys ready? Yeah? All right. Okay. Okay. There's a 2-minute breather. What this gives us an opportunity for is, again, integration. Does anybody feel that you're getting too much information too fast and you don't know how fast you will integrate these things? Anybody? Okay, so this is the moment. Every time you get an opportunity, and not everybody will do it, right? But the difference between getting information and actually implementing it to transform some ideas, it's the integration of it. So how do you apply it? So how do you apply it in your own reality? This would be the moment before we start the next presentation. So this is your chance. So think about all the things you've learned. How would you like to integrate them in your business, in your life, and how fast? Okay, so give you about 30 seconds for that. Ten seconds. All right, please give a hand for Vishen Lakiani.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. So remember that lady who said that her fantasy was to be a salsa dancer? And she asked, could she put herself in a Midjourney image? Her name was Aisha, right? Where are you from, Aisha? Okay, so this is how you would put yourself or Aisha into a Midjourney image. It's very useful for acting out your fantasies. So firstly, slides please. So firstly, I asked Midjourney to create art showing a beautiful woman on stage doing the salsa. Now, the next step is I had Aisha send me 2 of her pictures. Now we use a command in Midjourney called blend. It looks something like this. You type in blend, and then you just drag and drop the images that you want it to blend. Now the AI analyzes the image, looks at what is unique about the image, and then creates a new image with elements of image 1 and image 2. So in this case, we kind of confused the AI. This was the first step. It put Aisha in a gorgeous salsa dress while working on a laptop or a book, right? Because of the image that was given. So what we really needed to do was we needed to take Aisha in a salsa dress or full body shot of Aisha on stage. So the next attempt got us something like this. So I merged a couple of salsa images with Aisha's image, and this is what happened. It started getting it a little bit more accurate. So now what I decided to do was pick one of the images here that looks the most like Aisha, and then we merged it with one of the salsa images, and this is the final result. That is her actual face, that is the artwork. So if you believe in the idea of images as a vision board to help your dreams come to reality, this is a great way to create really beautiful images of the things in life that you want to attract. Put yourself in the dream house, in the dream car, in the dream city that you want to be in. And it's just a very useful tool. Now, so it's the blend command on Midjourney. It's a very, very useful and fun command to blend things together. I have so much fun with this with my daughter, just putting her face into like weird cartoon images and superhero outfits and so on. So now let's talk about generating content at scale. I'm going to show you images of art, design, copywriting, research, but the goal here is really interesting. How can you take someone's 5-day work week and reduce it to 3? And you can do this with copywriters. In fact, with copywriters, what I'm seeing is it's insane. 70% of the workload disappears. 70% of a copywriter's time disappears. And so we actually were able to go from a 4-person copywriting team to a 2-person copywriting team right now. In terms of article writing, 40% of the work disappears. So an article that takes 8 hours to write is now 5 hours. So I'm going to give you a case study, and you can replicate this in your own company. And if you start using this, you will see huge cost savings in your company. You will need less people, and the people that you hire will be able to generate greater work in less time. Now, this is a really fascinating thing, and this is actually what happened in Mindvalley. It's how we cut time to generate an article for our blog from 8 hours to 5 hours. So our blog generates millions of dollars from us. We have all of these articles and all of these different aspects of being a better human. People come to the article, they then sign up to get a Mindvalley membership. So step one to reduce article production time is feed your transcript into ChatGPT. So what is your transcript? Let's say you want to do an article with a famous author. Right in the front row here, we have Reagan Hillier. So let's say I sit down with Reagan and I interview Reagan on a particular topic, the importance of an abundance mindset, or how to move towards your dreams in the most effective way. After I get that interview with Reagan, I take that interview and I feed it into a simple tool that converts audio to text. You now take that text and you feed it into ChatGPT. ChatGPT is going to take that text from Reagan and create an article out of it. So again, you see, we're not asking ChatGPT to come up with a random article. You're not asking it, hey, I want you to write a fake article on the importance of abundance mindset. Because that, to me, isn't really ethical. Firstly, ChatGPT is pulling on the work from many other writers who are not going to be credited. And secondly, ChatGPT is prone to hallucination. It will sometimes make mistakes and create random facts which are not true. So you want to feed it actual content that you own. But remember, you don't have to write the article. You can simply interview someone. But you can also take an existing transcript of a podcast or an interview that you did. You can even create articles about your passions. You speak to a recorder, transcribe your thoughts, feed that to ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT turns your random ramblings into an article. So the thing that you're doing is you use this prompt. I'm writing a long SEO blog article about primary keyword. This is an article, a list of what will be in the article, blah, blah, blah. You'll be receiving a transcription of a podcast interview, lesson, etc. in chunks. Your task is to wait for all chunks, then follow further instructions. Wait for me to start. Okay, now, ChatGPT has a limit of how much you can upload, and that's why we say you're going to be receiving things in chunks. So we're telling ChatGPT, hang on a second, we're going to send you maybe 10,000 words in chunks. So you put chunk 1, the first 5,000 words, chunk 2, the next 5,000 words, and then you say end of chunk. So there's a quick way to do it to chunk up. So let's say you have a 20,000 word article. You can use contourada.com/AI/chunker to break it into smaller chunks to upload into ChatGPT. But the important prompt is this one. You tell it what you're doing, you tell it what the article is about, and you ask it to wait. Okay, so now you chunk it up. ChatGPT Chunker will now turn your content into chunks. You upload it to ChatGPT, and this is basically what it looks like. It'll reply, absolutely, I'm ready to assist you when you're prepared to provide the podcast script chunks. I'll wait for your input to start, and then you're just copying and pasting instructions, okay? Script chunk 1 out of 6. So you're telling it that this is number 1 out of 6. Okay, and then you have the script. So this is actually a transcript from a podcast. Now, level 2, you take this podcast interview or this transcript and you turn it into an article. And this is where you ask ChatGPT to, you give it the style of article you want. So the article should follow this structure, introduction, and then, okay, example, header 2, Adam Veit Gunton story, header 2, X ways to find addiction according to Adam Veit Gunton, conclusion. So you're kind of giving it an outline that it wants. And now it turns this outline into the article. So you could say, I want the article to start with an introduction, and then autobiography, and then key idea, and then step-by-step instructions on how to accomplish the key idea. Whatever is your style of article. Now, step 3, titles and descriptions. You can then ask it to come up with titles of these articles that are SEO friendly and attention grabbing. So you can say, based on the article you just wrote, come up with a title that will score well on search engine optimization and will grab attention and conveys the key benefits of the article. And it'll give you articles, example headlines. You can say, give me 7 headlines or 8 headlines, and then you choose the headline that you want. So you say, I like Defeating Demons, Stories of Overcoming Addiction with Adam Gunton. Okay, with this title and the information I gave you for the content brief, can you come up with a list of suggested meta descriptions? Meta descriptions are what you put in a blog so that the search engines can find you. And now it comes up with meta descriptions. And so some people say, look, search engines are going to penalize blog articles that are written by AI, but actually, since Google is the biggest search engine, and since Google has launched its AI to compete with ChatGPT, we're seeing no signs of that. We're not seeing any signs that articles which are written by AI are being penalized by Google. Now, they'll be penalized by other people, because if you are faking it and you're using ChatGPT to dig up facts and it's hallucinating, you're going to have bad data. But if you're genuinely using your own content, the subject of your interview, wisdom from your mind, you can't go wrong. All ChatGPT is doing is organizing that content, understanding it, and turning it into a well-written article with great meta descriptions and a great title. Okay, so this is where you might tell ChatGPT, great, this is the meta description I'm choosing to go with, and then you insert the meta description. Okay, now you might want to create a description of this article to put on your Instagram so people come to the main blog article. So you can say something along the lines of, now on to the introduction. Here's the structure you suggested. Start with an attention-grabbing headline, briefly introduce Eric Edmeades, preview the main points you'll cover in the article, make it engaging, humorous, and lighthearted. I do like how Caitlin Moran writes, but in a toned-down version and in an American tone of voice. And you can say, create an introduction that is 2,300 characters, suitable for Instagram. Create an introduction that I can put into a 3-minute TikTok reel, read out as a script to invite people to read this full article, and you will get the results. Now there's step 5, humanize. And humanize means use a simple checker that checks for AI written text to make sure that your text actually has a human tone. So if you understand how large language models work, it works based on predicting the next word. So the AI looks at a sentence and then it predicts the most likely next word based on all the information out there on the internet. So it's a form of word prediction engine. But as a result of it, very often you can tell a good AI analysis tool can tell that it's written by AI. And so you want to use tools such as AI Checker or GPT-0. This is what they look like. You paste your text in there. These tools have a small fee, and it gives you a score. Does this feel really written by AI, or does this actually feel human? So after the AI produces the article, what you may want to do is you sometimes want to go in and you may want to like change a couple of sentences, update a couple of words. It doesn't take long. And it's so much easier than writing an article from scratch. Now, everything I just shared with you applies if you're writing a book. It used to take me, so my last book, which was a LA Times and USA Today bestseller, the 6-Phase Meditation, took me precisely 120 hours to write. I wrote that book while I was sick with COVID. Today, I can write a book in 60 hours, half the time. And that book, in 120 hours, I needed a full-time editor, and I had an amazing editor working with me. The editor probably put in 200 hours. And the cost of an editor, if you're a writer and you have an editor, the cost of the editor is $50,000. Today, ChatGPT takes up most of the work of the editor. So for me to write a book right now with 60 hours, and the cost, you still need an editor, you want someone to bounce ideas with, but the editor doesn't have to put in 200 hours. The editor maybe puts in 30, 40 hours, so the cost of an editor is now $10,000. So the cost of writing a book goes down, the time to write a book goes down. Same principle as writing a blog article. You're just stretching it out. You're literally, so how I write a book right now, I don't even type. I speak out in voice the ideas. I go into like an idea stream. My entire opening presentation here on AI, I could now turn into an article. All I got to do is get the transcript of that presentation, feed it to ChatGPT and say, turn this into a really compelling article, 10,000 words on why the world needs to embrace AI. And boom, you have instant acceleration of content. Okay, but we're going to go further. So this process took us 8 hours to 5 hours for an article. Now, the reason it takes us we were able to shave off 3 hours and not shave off 7 hours is because we still want human beings to validate the article, to choose the right artwork, to fact verify, because we are Mindvalley. We got to be very careful about that. But still, what this means is a 5-day work week becomes a 3-day work week. If you were taking 40 hours to write, say, and basically 8 hours an article, 40 hours, so you're producing 5 articles a week. Now you're able to produce significantly more. And if you want to hold that copywriter down to the same time commitment, that copywriter only has to work 3 days a week. So as a company, you save so much money. Now, there are a couple of other things you can do. With AI, we write articles based on the 70 leading experts on Mindvalley. So let's say we have Manon Dave, and we have an article on his use of generative AI for music. Now, what if we wanted to make this article more sticky? Rather than just read the article, what if the article could be read out to you in Manon's voice? So you can do that too. Using 11 Labs, you can now take this article, train 11 Labs on Manon's voice, with his permission, of course, put the article in, and have Manon read out the article. So maybe as someone is cooking, they can click play on your blog, and Manon, almost like a podcast, can read that article to you. Now your blog is a blog with audio. Here's an example of Marissa Peer reading an article. Okay, so she's one of the top teachers in Mindvalley. Listen to her voice. Why does this never work? It's an issue with the export of this audio on Keynote. Let me do it this way, okay? I'm actually going to play the audio so you will hear it. So this is Marissa's voice. Let's see if this works. Do you guys have sound? Still nothing, huh? No? Okay, I'm just going to quickly change my sound setting. Let's see if this works. Okay, I'm on Blackmagic. And I'll try one more time, and if it doesn't work, just know that what you're about to hear is literally Marissa Peer's voice. You cannot tell it's not Marissa Peer, and you can do this with any one of the, as long as you have permission, you can do this with practically anyone. Okay, so now let's go on to AI for your design. So you have a blog, and you want to improve the visual feel of the blog. So before we use stock photos, and this is a sample blog page, how to tell if someone likes you, 30 tips from a dating expert. And the image, kind of meh, kind of cheesy. What we then started doing is replacing all of these images with images generated by Midjourney. And remember I showed you how to do this earlier. I showed you how to train Midjourney, so you give it just the blog title, and it generates the prompt. Sorry, you give the blog title to ChatGPT, it generates the prompt. You put the prompt in Midjourney. You've trained it to understand your company values, your style, your favorite color, your symbology, and then you get the right image. This is the difference. Look at how beautiful that is. Okay, look at the difference. It's original. It doesn't feel cheesy. It doesn't feel like you got this from a stock photography website. Here's another one. This is an image of Ken Honda. It's great, but it's not wow, and it's kind of blurry, because my team had to get this from the web somewhere. Here's the updated image of Ken Honda in Japanese cartoon style. Here is another example, 7 parenting skills you need to raise conscious children. I just put this in ChatGPT, and this is the image that comes up. Look at the feeling in that image. It's stunning, right? Another example. This is when we asked Midjourney to create a YouTube cover for a video on the science of happiness. It was a video featuring a Harvard professor who's an amazing speaker, but the face of a Harvard professor on the cover will not get clicks. So we needed a really wow cover, because that's how YouTube works. The covers get clicks, so it generated this. And it's using exact design elements from our company. Light streaks, lit up, boldness, confidence, diversity, and the purple and pink hues. Here's another example. So it creates several variations. And then I wanted to show Glenn, who's my head of YouTube. Glenn, is that you? Okay, Glenn, come on stage. Come on stage. So look at Glenn's face. Okay, so I told Glenn, why don't we put you in the image? So this is Glenn. Take a good look at Glenn. And we took a picture of Glenn. We used the blend command, and that is Glenn in the same image. So that is now Glenn's Tinder profile. I'm kidding, Glenn. But you can see it's really fucking cool. I love it. Glenn, do you like that? Are you really embarrassed right now?
I love it.
Okay, so thank you, Glenn. So this is what you can do when you really learn how to use Midjourney. Here are other examples, okay? So again, we train it on what are the elements. You ask ChatGPT, what are the things that make a YouTube cover thumbnail really stand out and get clicks? It'll give you a list. You said, okay, let's call this our YouTube hook list. Now, generate an image for this blog title using our YouTube hook list. These are other examples, how to optimize your sleep. Okay, now here's an example, going back to the blog. This is an image within the blog. Look at how So this is a Japanese philosophy called Maro Up. Look at how poor that image looks like. Now, all we did is we pasted this text into ChatGPT, and it understands that this is a Japanese philosophy. You see Japanese iconography here, a Japanese-looking woman, and it came up with a much better original image. So your entire blog improves in quality. Here's another one. So here we wanted to try an experiment. Can we make the images really unusual and eye-popping? So this is an image for an article called Maximizing Focus, How to Not Get Distracted in a Busy World. So here, using an advanced image hook list, this is images that came up. Now, we rejected these images because Mindvalley is about positive vibes, confident, happy expressions. These images are too stressed out. But the thing is, they are really creative, aren't they? They look like art. So here's another example where we got images we liked better. These images are so unusual, they look like art pieces. But this is the image that we would then ultimately choose for the article. So now you see, this is what our blog looks like. The images are no longer from Getty or iStock Photo, and we used to use these companies for a long time, but right now, we don't really need to use these companies. We are saving thousands of dollars. All the images are original, and they are generated on the fly. Now, who did we hire to generate these images? My 15-year-old son. Child labor, seriously, right? Think about the cost savings there, right? So, no, I'm partially kidding. My son had to do a work internship for school. And so rather than go and join a company where he's just fetching coffee for people, we thought, let's train him on these tools and let's have him generate images. And so it makes him more competent and more feeling more confident with AI tools. But all of these are generated by a 12-year-old. And all the 12-year-old puts in is, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Create your future plan. So if a 15-year-old can do this, can you do this? You totally can. It's not that hard. Again, look at the quality of these images. They just pop, they look good, and they fit the vibe of our company because we train ChatGPT to understand our company values. Now let's go further. Let's talk about copywriting. This is how we eliminated 70% of copywriting work. When I reduced my work week from 5 days to around 3.5 days, a big chunk of that reduction was marketing and copywriting because I'm the spokesperson for my company, like many founders are. So this is a prompt. So you start by training an instance of ChatGPT to be a world-class copywriter. So you tell it, this is the pretend rule. I want you to be a world-class copywriter who specializes in direct response and persuasion. You are able to bring together the styles of legendary copywriters like Gary Halbert, Joe Sugarman, Frank Kern, and David Ogilvy. So these are all some of my favorite copywriters. So now it understands and it says, just let me know what product or service you'd like to promote to your target audience, any key messages you'd like to include. It is so freaking intelligent. So now I tell it, okay, now write some bulleted copy for why a person should free up 1 to 2 days a week. Talk about the advantages you'll gain in life with 1 to 2 days a week freed up because you're using AI intelligently. So now you're going to see something really cool. You're going to see, so Mindvalley created a 50-hour AI mastery course, which I'm going to tell you about in the future, but you're going to see how ChatGPT is going to market this course to you. Okay? And it just starts with that. So the first thing is, we want people to understand that it's not about AI mastery. AI mastery leads to something way, way, way greater. And that thing that's way, way, way greater is how would you feel if all of you had an extra 1 to 2 days a week? What would you do with that time? Time is the one thing that is so precious to us. With more time, we can change our lives, we can transform our health, we can transform our relationship. And I asked ChatGPT to help us understand how. With just that prompt, ChatGPT came up with the copy. This is what you can do if you had an extra 1 to 2 days a week. So let's just look at the first one. Achieve more with less. Unshackle yourself from the constraints of a 7-day work week. Boost in creativity. Now, it keeps going on. It came up with 10 different points. I'm just going to show you the first 5. Okay? Achieve more. Boost your creativity, increase your learning, enhance your quality of life, strategic thinking time. This is one of the best things for me. With strategic thinking time, I was able to launch new products. I was able to launch new divisions of the company. We were able to expand into AI because I was not burdened with just having to do my regular day-to-day job. That's why that extra 2 days a week is so important. Can you guys see this? Okay, now, I like this copy, but I'm an emoji guy. So I asked it, add an appropriate emoji to the start of each bullet. Boom. It just gets it. It's choosing the right emoji. right? These emojis are actually pretty damn accurate. And then I felt, so in copywriting, there's a rule called the Maria Veloso rule. This is from a book called Web Copywriting That Sells. She said the primary job of a copywriter, after you finish writing copy, you got to go back and trim 30% of the words. But this is the part that copywriters hate most. It is easier to write long copy than to write short copy. To trim 30% of the words is the worst job. You spend 2 days writing a certain copy, and then you got to spend an extra 1 day, 50% of your time just trimming. Copywriters hate that, so they skip that part. But you cannot skip that part because if you make your wording more concise, more people are going to read through because people don't read the internet, they skim the internet. Now, ChatGPT takes away immediately 50% of a copywriter's job by doing the trimming, by doing the 30% trimming automatically. So look at this, look at the amount of text here. All I tell it is now reduce the character count by 30. So I want you to look at enhanced quality of life. Use AI to take on mundane tasks so you can enjoy more quality moments with your loved ones, pursue hobbies, or simply unwind. Life isn't just about work, it's about experiences. Damn, that AI is really smart. Now look at the enhanced one. Quality of life. Delegate mundane tasks to AI to enjoy moments with loved ones, pursue hobbies, and unwind. That's it, you get the same point. So the same copy is now super tight. Trimming it by 30% boosts conversions significantly. If you're writing for the web, people skim the web, so get the data to them in as fast as time as possible, right? So now, these are the reasons why you want to use AI to free up 2 days of your life. Get more done with less, boost creativity, learn more, you have more time to learn, improve your quality of life, have strategic time to come up with new ideas, have better health because you now can finally afford to keep up those health commitments to the gym, have financial success because you can come up with new ways to drive revenue, lead the pack. If you take this, your company instantly has an edge over every other company because I can tell you most people are dabblers, but not you. Just the fact that you showed up here for this event means you're willing to go further. Growth environment. Extra time fosters continuous improvements for you and your team. And finally, you maximize productivity. Do more with less. And by the way, as you learn this as a founder, CEO, executive, your team learns it too. And your team becomes better and stronger. Hiring goes down, which means EBITDA goes up. For Mindvalley, our single biggest cost is human beings. And so if we can optimize the way we hire human beings, do more with less, we can pay each individual more, but we need a team of 200 as opposed to 400, EBITDA shoots up. Okay, so that's how powerful ChatGPT can be for copy. Now let's look at improving existing copy. So here we're going to combine an idea from today with an idea from yesterday. So this is a rough copy written by a very junior copywriter, okay, for the sales page for our new AI mastery program. So I put this into ChatGPT, the instance that's pretending to be world-class copywriters, and ChatGPT rewrites it and makes it so much stronger. And it's actually really solid, but it's not just making it stronger, it's putting it in the style of Vishen's writing. Remember what we learned yesterday? How to train ChatGPT to understand your unique style. So it's not just making it better copy, it's making it better copy as written by Vishen. So now if this goes out as an email, I can sign off with my name and people go, wow, that's really Vishen. But it's not. But it's trained by me. So think about it. If you could boost conversions across your business enterprise by 20%, how much extra would you gain? Conversions on your website, conversions on your email, conversions on your newsletter, conversions on your Instagram, conversions on your YouTube by just 20%. And if you do this, not only will you boost conversions by at least 20%, but you will also be able to create this content in 50% less time. That's what we are seeing. 50% less time in content creation, 20% more increase in conversions. So now you can write more personalized emails. You can create better quality captions, better quality YouTube, better quality scripts. And today, no matter what business you're in, if you want to grow, if you want to really own your space, you have to be a media company. Even if you're a coach, you're a media company of one. And so this completely transforms the game for you. If you're not using this, you are at a competitive disadvantage. You will be overtaken, destroyed, eliminated. You either embrace AI or you die, because people who use AI are going to replace you and your business. And don't think this doesn't apply if you're in a business of one. I cannot stress this enough. When we saw what ChatGPT was doing, I launched like an emergency in my company. Everyone had to dive into AI. Every company weekly report was about embracing AI. You had no choice. Now, here's an example. Writing high converting emails. Okay, so you have your sales page, you have your copy. Now you tell ChatGPT, please make this copy suitable for email. Do you know what makes an email work and boosts click-through rates? State the factors that make an email highly responsive. So it gives you a list of everything that it found that makes an email highly responsive. Now we ask it to rewrite the copy that you just read for email. So now what is web copy becomes email copy. So you see how powerful this is? You don't have to do the work twice. Now you can take that email copy and say, write this for Instagram, write this for LinkedIn. But of course, before you say that, you got to say, ChatGPT, do you understand what makes LinkedIn copy resonant? Great, I see your list. Let's call this LinkedIn Impact. Great, rewrite this for LinkedIn Impact. And so now, you, using ChatGPT, create one bit of copy, and you can repurpose it across all the different platforms: email, LinkedIn, YouTube descriptions, Instagram, Facebook, a TikTok reel, everything. And this is how 70% of writing and content production work, boom, disappeared. And this is how 35 open positions in Mindvalley went down to 5 open positions within a week or two of ChatGPT coming out. But if you don't understand this, you don't see the opportunity here. Okay, so that was it for the training. I'd love to take a question from the audience. And what we're going to do now is, I'm going to actually show you our business mastery program. But a couple of questions from the audience. Mic runners, please. Please raise your hand again. There was someone around here who was, okay, yeah, let's go with you.
Hi, yeah, thanks for the presentation. How often would you update the list with the best LinkedIn prompts and the...
Oh, how often?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we need to update it too often. I'd say once every 3 months. Okay, because maybe the algorithms of how these platforms work change. I think once every 3 months is fine. Next question. This lady over here. Okay, if you're on Zoom, type in the chat, what was the biggest idea that's going to impact your business? Type it in on the chat, and let's share that with everyone.
Is there a tool for a cinematic video to be able to put that in and have ChatGPT create a YouTube description or create keywords?
Of a video?
Yeah, of a video.
Oh, for a cinematic video.
That was cinematic, didn't have a lot of words.
Got it. So if it's a video with a script, then you can put it into ChatGPT. It can read the script and come up with your title. That's true. For cinematic video, that I don't know. I'm sure, I mean, I have an idea. You would describe the cinematic video, what you want ChatGPT to say in very simple words, and then it would do it. But I think that one probably Manon or Mr. Grateful can answer better. Okay? Final question. And please bring up the slides. Please share my computer screen.
I have a question about how we can use these tools if we're professional speakers and we're trying to perhaps get additional speaking.
So recently, I was asked to create a new course for a government. For one of the world's leading governments asked me to train their employees on maximizing brain cognition and productivity, right? So I used ChatGPT plus Mindvalley's repository of data to come up with a course for this government, taking into account cultural attributes of this particular country in record time. And then I literally used ChatGPT as a research assistant to come up with the elements. So just like I'm doing it to create an online course, you can do the same thing to create a talk. So I might say, hey, this is a transcript of a talk I'm giving, but this time I'm giving it in Mexico. Go to this transcript and tell me what metaphors or examples or quotes can I replace from American to maybe a Mexican thinker, philosopher, or speaker. So it might replace a quote by, say, Jay Shetty with a quote by Don Miguel Ruiz. And so you instantly are able to culturally like customize your talk. So as a speaker, I found this insane. And then you saw what Mr. Grateful was doing. His slides were generated by AI. I don't do the animated ones. I do visual slides. We're going to see that now. But again, generated by AI. And so speaking is going to evolve as well. More and more speakers, you're going to see visuals created by AI accompanying them as they speak to create dramatic effect. The whole way speakers speak is going to change. So what I'd like to do now, guys, is tell you about the AI Mastery Program. How many of you here and online would love to go deeper? So remember Vykintas? Vykintas is one of the most valuable people in Mindvalley. Vykintas at this point can go and work for any company, create his own company, create his own app. He's building apps in like 1 or 2 days a week. He's a recent father. He works from home in Lithuania, doesn't have to travel, doesn't have to come to the office. This is the first time I saw him in almost 1 year. Because Vykintas has mastered AI. He's our chief AI evangelist. So a chief AI evangelist is someone who, inside a company, can get everyone to become an AI expert. They can look at any team and immediately make the team 30, 40, 50% more effective with AI. They can look at any task flow and make that task flow more effective. They can go into teams and show how to get the same thing done with half the people. And they are one of the most highly sought after and paid experts in the world today. Now, my philosophy is that founders should learn this. Yes, if you want to be a chief AI evangelist, great. You're going to make so much money, and people are going to pay you for that. But if you're a founder, you have no choice. You have to learn this. And we believe we can teach people to do this in 50 hours flat. So that's what the AI Mastery Program is about. Become a master of applied AI and cut your current work week, as I did, from 5 days to 4 or even 3 days. For some of you, you may cut it even more. Now, ask yourself this, and ChatGPT kind of gave you the answer earlier. What would an extra 1 to 2 days of free time a week mean to you, right? It's a massive, I mean, this is worth millions to people. It's a massive transformation of how your life functions. A 3-day work week. Think about what you can do with 2 extra days. But not only do you get a 3-day work week, you also become far more effective. Sorry, I realize that you guys are not actually seeing the slides, but that's not a problem. Let me just quickly change this. Okay, I think you can see it now. Okay, what would an extra 1 to 2 days of free time a week mean to you? I'm going to go back, AI Mastery. Okay, become a master of applied AI and cut your current work week from 5 days to 4 or even 3 days. Ask yourself, what would that extra 2 days mean to you? Now remember what Peter Diamandis said. There will be 2 kinds of companies at the end of the decade, those who are fully utilizing AI and those that are out of business. You will die as a company if you're not using AI. If you're a coach today and you're not prepared to jump on the AI bandwagon, you are not. You're going to see your clients steadily reduce and move to coaches who are using AI because it's changing really, really, really fast. So it's not about just saving time. It's about surviving and thriving. An AI age today is like coming out of university with a Harvard or Stanford degree. And the time is right now. You can see how fast this is changing. Can you agree? You see how powerful this is. So this is how the program works. So it's a 6-month curriculum to put you in the top 0.1%, the top 0.1% of CEOs, founders, execs who are using AI. Not 1%, 0.1%. Because as I said, while 40% of office workers have looked at ChatGPT, most are dabblers. They are not going deep. Everything you learned right now is great, but it's advanced dabbling, but it's still dabbling. What we want you is to be a transformative force in your industry. So it's 50 hours live with AI experts. We go super, super, super deep. These are just some of the experts. There are even more that are joining. The curriculum, the way we design the curriculum is really interesting. 50% of the curriculum or more is done. We know what we're going to teach. The other 50% we're developing as AI is emerging, because there are new AI companies, tools, services, and protocols coming out every single week. And in the next 6 months, it's going to be crazy. Now, it's 2 hours a week, so it's not a lot of time. It's 2 hours a week, but it's really intense training. Think about the last 35 minutes of me speaking to you on copywriting, blogs, article writing. Think about the sheer amount of money that just added to your pocket. Now, that was just 30 minutes. Many of you are thinking, wow, that got me 1,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 over the next 1 year. Now, what you're getting is 100 times that. And the final part is you become part of a community of people committed to AI mastery. We're expecting around 500 to 700 people in the program. We may even hit 800 because we have 102,000 people signed up to watch this, get the recordings, and already we've had about 35,000 unique users on Zoom watching the last 2 days. Now, why Mindvalley? Mindvalley is the world's leading transformation platform. We simply believe we are the best at transforming human beings, whether it's AI or meditation. So if you go to stories.mindvalley.com, we have 20,000 stories of transformation. Recently, we were featured on CNN, not because we went through a PR agency, but because Zane Asher, the CNN correspondent, had her life transformed by Mindvalley. So she said, Vishen, can I just bring you on and tell the world about Mindvalley? And she said it's one of her favorite apps, and it had truly changed her life. If you go to mindvalley.com, you can watch this video. Featured in CNN because we literally changed the life of Zane Asher. And Naveen Jain, who you heard yesterday, one of the foremost business leaders in our world today, said Mindvalley is building the next Harvard or Stanford of our time. So we're not just creating this AI curriculum, we are looking to create the best AI curriculum in the world. Now the total time, so it starts August 16, the total time is 2 hours a week. So it's very manageable, but you'll probably spend an extra hour or two just experimenting, doing your own stuff. But I promise you this, after 2 weeks, just 2 weeks of this, you will earn back the time. You will be time neutral in 2 weeks. At the end of 1 month, you will start saving time. At the end of month 2, then month 3, you will probably start saving a day a week. By the end of 6 months, you will probably have 2 days a week. Now, can we guarantee that? No. But given what we are seeing, this is very likely, based on the data and the experience we've had across various teams in Mindvalley. In fact, at the end of 6 months, you will probably continue working the same hours you work if you're passionate about your business. But the mundane stuff, that's going to disappear. You'll have more time for learning, for creativity, for new idea generation, for extending your product line. Now, it works like this. The welcome call is August 16, and then it ends at the end of January. So 25 weeks later, this is a 25-week program. It's 25 weeks because we want to turn you into a chief AI evangelist. This is not for dabblers. We want people who are so freaking good at this, we now have like a tribe, a community of the best leaders, the best CEOs, the best execs who are coming together, keeping each other informed, and elevating each other. We want to dominate our industries in the planet with AI and with each other's support. Do you guys like that idea? Now, to make this accessible for all, there are 3 parts to the curriculum. So the first part is 20 hours and it's 10 weeks. This is basically bringing AI into your workflow and your company. This is useful whether you are a CEO or whether you are a knowledge worker. You will even learn using Airtable how to build apps for every team in your company in 20 minutes to an hour. Build an app for your social media team. Build an app for your PR agency. Build an app for your sales funnel. You're going to already save so much money in other software because you're just going to learn to build anything you need and then connect all of these apps and have your own no-code infrastructure for your company. When you go to AI for executives, you learn AI leadership, how to hire with AI, how to choose the right candidates, how to train people to embrace AI, how to have dialogue with employees, how to use AI for brainstorming sessions to improve strategy meetings. Recently, I was traveling to Mexico to look at building Mindvalley resorts in Mexico. And I was meeting with some of the best hoteliers in the world. While meeting with these hoteliers and figuring out the EBITDA, the pricing, the investment, I had a tool called AgentGPT, which was running for 2 hours in the background, researching where to build a hotel in the world based on the idea of a Mindvalley resort, how many rooms it should have, what the EBITDA should be, how much the construction cost would be. When we got the output from the actual meeting and then from AgentGPT, which we'll talk about if we have some time, there was only a 20% variance. But what was interesting is that AI tool, after understanding what Mindvalley was, actually analyzing information on us on the internet, came up with the same conclusion of the 3 countries to look at, Costa Rica, Mexico, Bali, as the hotel experts I was with. So that's an example of AI for executives. Now, part 3, you become an AI evangelist. This is where you can speak about AI. You can lecture on AI. You can charge high money to teach people about AI. Okay, and the curriculums roughly look like that. But again, these are going to change. We are building an adaptive curriculum based on what is happening in the world. Okay, so the first part is, this is instant. The first 20 hours, you will very likely be able to negotiate a raise for yourself within six months to 1 year. Very likely, because you will be ahead of 99% of employees in your field. You'll likely be able to get a better job if your current job isn't paying you enough, or negotiate a raise with your employer because of what you learn. Here's an example. This is an actual article from Business Insider. AI prompt engineer jobs can pay up to $375,000 a year and don't require a background in technology. If you know prompt engineering, you don't need a freaking college degree anymore. The reason I put my son in that internship as a prompt engineer is because I wanted him to know that he can already get a high-paying job. You do not need a college degree anymore. And the more advanced you go, the better it gets. Now, part 2, AI for executives. This is really cool. It will help your company survive and thrive. And you need this. If you're not doing this, you will be crushed. Now, the third one is Chief AI Evangelist. This is really nice. You step into any company and transform their productivity and profits. So you can transform your own company, yes. You can also be a consultant for hire. Or maybe you don't want to be an entrepreneur. Maybe you just want to go and step into companies, spend a month with a company, charge them 100 grand, and transform their entire working model. Maybe you want to get a high-end job as an AI evangelist. Nobody cares about your age anymore. Daniel, you're 19, you could probably do this. Next, you get a certificate, Chief AI Evangelist Training. And the reason we give this cert is because we found that in many companies, when you have this certificate, it's easier for you to negotiate a salary raise. So this is not for you, this is for your boss. But this is how you make your money back. Now, there are 2 pathways you can choose. So you can take the full program, which is 50 hours, and become a Chief AI Evangelist, or you can do AI Mastery for Executives, Founders, and CEOs, which is 35 hours, right? And you can agree this is really useful, and you're going to make your money back. The pricing for this training, because it's 25 months and it's 50 hours, is $10,000. $10,000 for the one for executives, $15,000 for the one for AI evangelists. Let's look at how many at the dollar per hour, okay? 15,000 divided by 50, it's about $300 an hour, which is comparable to what you'd be paying if you were in an elite university. Except here you're learning skills that you can more directly apply to the world rather than a bullshit university degree. But what we're gonna do is, because you've already spent time with us attending this training, we've already given you some preliminary knowledge. We're going to keep the 50 hours, teach you more, but we're going to drop the price. So now it's 10,000. So now it's 200 an hour for the training. And these trainings, as you see, are very, very, very valuable. So let's see, yep, that's 200 an hour. Okay, so I hope you guys like that. Now, what I want you to do is to actually decide which one is better for you. Do you want to do 35 hours, 8 grand? Do you want to be Chief AI Evangelist, do an extra 15 hours at 10 grand? Just think about it right now, what you think is better for you. And as you think about it and make that choice, just remember, it depends on what your goals are. Maybe you want to go deep with your own company. Maybe you're a founder and you want to go deep with your company, but you want to be able to get on stage and talk about AI, or inspire your team, or learn how to go and acquire other companies and make them AI enabled. So think about which one you want. And remember, it's 8K for 35, 10K for 50 hours. But here's the best part. You don't have to make a choice. We've made it super simple for you. You buy either one, you get the other one free. So you can invest in either pathway, you get the other pathway free. And what this means is you can invest in AI for exec, CEOs, and founders for 10K, and you'll get the 15K Chief AI Evangelist program included. So if you decide you want to stop at 35 hours, no problem. If you want to continue at 50 hours and become an AI evangelist, great, it's included. You don't have to pay extra for that. And then what we'll also do is, again, because we want to give you, we want to get the first 500 people in, and this is the founding edition of this program. 6 months from now, we may open it up again, but the people who start now probably are going to have a head start. And that head start means everything. It's what makes you win the race. But we want to get great people in. And we know it's not going to be super perfect. There might be certain things we need to speed up, tweak, change, But if you enjoyed this event so far, you can see that it's going to add incredible value. And what's going to happen is we're going to drop the price a further $2K. So it's $7,999. Now that's not all. So now it's $7,999. You're getting both programs, but we're also going to give you bonuses. We want to make sure that if you're in Australia or New Zealand, you missed the calls, which happen at 4 p.m. London time, you're not stressed out, you get the recordings for 1 year. So you can rewatch this recording anytime you want for 1 year. And the second thing, we want to make sure that you can take what you learn and give it to your employees to implement so you save time. So we give you cheat codes, okay? Documents, PDFs. So you don't have to take everything down. We give you these documents. Sometimes it's copy and paste. How to create stunning images with ChatGPT plus Midjourney. This is the internal document that we use in our company. You get these documents. So this is bonus number 2. Okay, and you can also get a 6-month plan. So it becomes super affordable and a no-brainer. $1,500 a month for 6 months. So it's $9,000 if you take that plan. If you pay up front, it's $7,999, or it's $9,000 if you want to pay over 6 months. And you can choose. Now, this offer is available for just the next 500 users. And keep in mind, Mindvalley has 17 million followers across all our combined social media channels. And we'll be promoting this like crazy. So it's the first 500. And we have 102,000 registered users for this event itself. This event itself, we have hit well over 30,000 unique people watching it live, and we'll probably hit 50,000 when the recordings are released. So this is available for the first 500 people. And if you guys want to sign up, just use that QR code. Thank you, guys. I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope to see you in our AI Mastery program. And for those of you who are stepping up, stepping in, congratulations. I can't wait to see how you dominate your careers, your industry, and create the next revolution in whatever field of business you're in. Thank you.
Vishen. Yeah, we have space for a Q&A. Does anybody have questions regarding the program or the AI Summit in general? This would be the space.
Oh yeah, let's do that. If anyone has have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Let's get mic runners ready, and you can just, guys, you can keep up the QR code. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Vishen, Dariana, hi. So just to clarify, the curriculum is different for the 35 and 50 hours.
So the first 20 hours is, no, it's the same, but the first 20 hours are designed for workflow, knowledge workers, and so on. Then the next 15 hours are for executives and CEOs and founders. Then the next 15 hours are for chief evangelists, but you're going through the entire thing.
Great, okay, thanks.
It's just that depending on your level, you go further and further.
It builds up. Okay,
exactly.
Great. Thank you.
Now, some of you may be wondering, if I want to enroll my employees in this, yes. So we're creating, so the first 20 hours we're going to allow for employees. There's a special employee discount. We'll give you an email address, but you got to enroll first, and we give you an email address if you want to bring in your executive team or other employees, right? That will all be sent to you. But you, the founder, the CEO, the executive, at least one person from the company has to enroll first. Next. Next question, guys. Just raise your hand. Yes, we have a couple of people raising their hand right over here.
Hi, thank you. My name is Beatrice, and
Beatrice.
I'm a high school teacher and education coach. And I've been really trying to incorporate a lot of AI into my teaching because I think it's something very important for students to learn, and something that there's actually a lot of pushback from schools. There's a lot of talk of plagiarism and all these topics. So a lot of the schools are pushing back against AI.
Right.
So my question to you is, how can a program like this become accessible to students? I work with a lot of low-income students. So my question to you would be, how would you recommend that teachers find more resources to support
so
their
that's
kids?
why this is called a Chief AI Evangelist program. Firm respect for teachers. My mom is a teacher. If you're an AI evangelist, you can now go and train these students. So we are training trainers of AI, right? When you become an AI evangelist, you know enough where you can get on stage like Domenic, Ashburn, or Manon, Dave, and share what you're doing and teach people. That's the best way to create maximum impact. Yes.
Sorry, always me. I have another question. I'm wearing two hats, coach and project manager in tourism. Now, I want to bring this to tourism.
Right.
How do you feel this could fit? Because, tourism is creating experiences with a body and a place, right? So how do you think this could fit in a tourism company or a DMC or something like that?
Well, it depends well, firstly, it would improve a lot of the workflows of your company, right? One of the things I use ChatGPT for right now is customized trips. I was recently in Paris. I had one-day transit in Paris, and I told ChatGPT, produce an itinerary for me. I'm traveling with a 16-year-old and a 9-year-old, and we are big John Wick fans, so we want to see the sites where John Wick was filmed, and create an itinerary from like 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. Now, of course, it didn't know John Wick 4, which was filmed in Paris, but it could still create sites and an itinerary that was fine-tuned for the age of my children. And it was able to tell us, give us the walking path and what to see, and it made a massive difference. And so there are many applications for AI, even in tourism. I use AI to create I love doing road trips. I use AI to decide what cities to visit along the way. I'll say, hey, I'm driving from Rome to Porto San Giorgio. What are the best stops? And it'll say, okay, stop in Assisi, and then this is what you see in Assisi. Yes?
A lot of AI is essentially very interactive, and you have to have a lot of hands-on. So I was just wondering, like, after the sessions, which I'm guessing are going to be very educational, will there be any opportunity to interact with each other to get feedback on what we're doing?
Absolutely. So we have a community group where we have our own, Manon is building Mindvalley's new community tech that's going to be released, and then through that community tech, people will be able to share notes, communicate with each other, chat with each other, so the group is going to be pretty tight. You also get like these, as a bonus, you get the notes and the prompts, as well as step-by-step action guides that you can use immediately within your company. Final question?
What if I have like a specific questions when I try to implement this in my business? Like I read here in the website, it says there is customer support available 24/7. Is this by email or?
So what happens is that the other members of the community answer your questions. We have a community and we have a WhatsApp group. And so, because Mindvalley already has mastery trainings for business, the WhatsApp group is so active. But now we're building a community platform where you can type in your questions and other people can respond. So it's a very supportive community. You can also just put it in the WhatsApp group. Okay, and we'll take the final 2 questions. Just raise your hand. Yes. Oh, it doesn't really overlap with Business Mastery. It's a completely separate program. Yeah. And the final question? Yes.
I want to ask about the preparation for this course, because we are using a lot of power, computer power.
Right.
So what kind of computer power that we need to prepare?
No, a basic computer works. If you're using a computer that can surf the internet, you're good. You don't need advanced computing power. The AI is happening in the cloud. It's not happening on your computer. If you have a computer that you can surf the internet, you're all good.
Okay, so this one will come with a lot of application that we need to sign up online, for example, ChatGPT.
Not that many, not as many as you think. Mainly it's Midjourney, ChatGPT. These are very cheap. As Domenic said, he'd rather have a less bedroom in his apartment and have his $20 a month ChatGPT subscription than not at all. You'll actually save more money because many other services you use, you no longer need to use. For example, we used to use HR services for employee gratitude and employee appreciation. We now built that on Airtable. So we could cancel that service, which was maybe like $19 an employee per month, right? So you actually end up saving money.
So is it helpful for somebody who hasn't had the company yet, like me, I'm trying to build a company from scratch.
Yeah,
like from
it's still
zero.
helpful. You'll build your company faster.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's incredibly, even if you're not an entrepreneur, it's incredibly useful. It'll just accelerate how you're building your company. You will think about entrepreneurship in a radically new way. This is like a no-brainer if you want to be an entrepreneur. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Can't wait to see you in the program. I'll see you tomorrow for a final day of AI Summit.
Thank you, Vishen, for that transformative presentation. This is probably the most transformational programs ever to come out of Mindvalley. I hope you guys had the chance to sign up before the spots run out. I hope you've enjoyed the first 2 days of AI Summit. The agenda for the final day is already on the app. If you're checking it online, the information is also in your email. And with the relevant links you will find, just go back to your mailbox. See you guys tomorrow.